All right, what up, everyone?
Yo.
We've got a few people in right now. Typically this thing spikes once the game actually starts, because then people are like trying to find pirate streams, and they end up having to settle for us two yahoos.
Or just they find a pirate scream.
That too. Um, Here, let's get our graphics off just for a minute. I forgot to change. So I believe, hello, Simply Good. You might have to narrate chat a little bit for a second. If
Yeah.
Did Liberty end up losing 45-6?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they did.
Dude, that Georgia game. Dude, I really wanted Florida State to have like a good story of like
Oh, I
winning
did too.
against Georgia.
I think everybody did. But
it just didn't happen at all.
It did not happen. Alright, well, there's our scores. So far today, Wisconsin lost to LSU 35-31. Oregon beat Liberty 45-6. Liberty actually scored on their first drive of the game, and then Oregon couldn't score for the first quarter, and it looked like Liberty was gonna win, and then they just fell apart, and they missed the extra point on that first touchdown, which was kind of funny.
Of course they did. Damn, Iowa got a little bit destroyed, huh?
Yeah, they did.
They were my like dark horse pick, man.
Yeah.
Wait, did you pick them as well?
I did.
Oh no! If I just kept my original pick, we'd be tied.
Oh,
No.
I had Tennessee originally, and I flipped it to Iowa.
Same.
If you guys didn't know, there's Capital One Bowl Mania on ESPN, where you can go and make picks for all the bowl games. And we did that and went against each other, and currently I lead by one game. There's 3 games left, the 2 tonight, and then the championship. And we both have different picks. I chose Texas and Michigan, and you chose...
I chose Bama and Washington.
Yeah.
So, and then I did chose Michigan. I chose Michigan / Alabama to win championship, but I'll probably change it once we know what the teams are.
YouTube keeps screaming at me that my currently we're struggling with. It keeps telling me we're struggling with our current connection, and then it tells me it's excellent. Like, are we good? Anyone in the chat, you want to let me know? Or I guess you could.
It sounds fine.
Alright.
And I think it's just because nothing's moving on the screen.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's probably a good point. Yeah. I'm gonna turn us down slightly so we don't kill all of your ears. Let me know if I need to turn anyone up. So I guess before the game starts, I'll start our little scroll on the side. So on the right, you can see all the different bowl game scores going by. Obviously, I didn't have the 3 that happened today on there because I made the graphic last night. It won't be up during actual gameplay, but on commercial I'll put it up. So if you're curious what all the bowl scores have been so far throughout the year, there you go. That took a long time for me to make. I did not think that was going to be that difficult, but to animate it and get all the scores right and stuff, yeah, it wasn't fun. So, here we are.
Yeah. I mean, you have the ones today on the finals. So.
Yeah, because that was something I could quickly change with my graphic. I couldn't, add those to the animation, like, last second, because all those games ended, like, not that long ago.
Yeah.
So, I've got a few people in here. Again, I don't expect... We typically get, quite a few people in here, but I think that's mostly because people are looking for pirate streams, which...
Do we? I don't know. I don't
Last time we got,
remember
like, 2,000 views.
Yeah, but the views are different from actual, like,
Concurrent,
viewers.
it was, like, 20 people.
There was no chance we had 20.
I
Zero
swear to God.
chance.
Like, at some points, not consistently. Consistently, it was like 8.
Maybe.
But, anywho, here we are, and we'll see what happens. I think they'll be close games. I really do.
Yeah.
I
Hopefully.
I have no reason to think
No, I think
otherwise.
this one will be close, and I think Texas will lose by 80.
Well, yeah. If you guys didn't know, I'm a Nebraska fan. He's an Oklahoma fan. So there you go. On a scale of 1 to 284, how much were the Lions screwed by the refs?
285.
286, I'd go. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, I'm a Lions
Yeah.
fan, and that was rough.
Yeah, no more 1 seed for you.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think we're gonna get it anyways because I don't see the 49ers losing to
I mean,
the.
but you had a chance at least.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
true.
probably could have got the 2 seed and played like, I don't know, the Bears.
Mm-hmm. Here, you want to know a funny thing? So Nebraska was down 10-0 to Iowa, and then they scored a touchdown. Iowa would end up winning that game 13-10. Um, so we scored the final touchdown in that game, and Iowa did not score a touchdown in their bowl game or in the Big Ten championship. So Iowa's played 2 more games than Nebraska, and yet Nebraska still has scored a touchdown more recently than Iowa has.
That's
That's
funny.
that's pretty embarrassing. So, but that defense is good, right?
Except when they're playing Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Here's another fun fact. Conference championship winners this year are 0-6 in bowl games.
Really?
The 4 other conference champions are in the playoff. So it's gonna end at 2-8, regardless of who wins. Remind me
Well,
what bowl
I mean,
Nebraska.
3-9, right? Because if you count the championship game,
What bowl's Nebraska in?
the did not appear bowl.
What bowl was Oklahoma in, and how'd that go?
Hey, at least we were in a bowl.
No, and got
And
embarrassed.
no one cares about the results of the bowl. We saw that Arnold could sling it a little bit. He's got a whole off season.
Yeah, sure. You stick with that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm currently just looking at a few things, making sure we're all ready to go. Of course, the United Football League got announced today, so that's exciting. The new merger of the XFL and the USFL.
Mm-hmm.
So, who do you have? Who's your team going into the first
I don't
season?
have a team. I do not have a team. I don't know the teams.
There's. I'm not going to recite them, but. Well,
Well,
we're kind of
T
just
minus 4 minutes.
we're kind of just sitting on our ass waiting for this to start.
Yep. Oh, we got a little Alabama animation. Or it's just a.
Oh
Just
yeah,
a
they
Woods Bowl
they
animation in
animated Jalen Milroe in 3D.
Okay, yes, okay. Like a little, you know what I mean. Cutscene, little
There-
cutscene.
Yeah. All right, this is animated. Well, I don't have sound on, so I don't know.
I don't know. They're saying stuff like they always do.
Well, I could assume they're saying the Michigan Wolverines were undefeated
Yeah,
And the
they dominated their way.
and the Alabama Crimson Tide lost a game, but it doesn't matter. They're still I mean, we all know what ESPN thinks.
Yeah.
They don't have the Big Ten on their network, and they're gonna have the SEC exclusively next year. So like we know who ESPN wants to win this game, but
Yeah.
Well-
It's not like they can do anything about it.
well, yeah, obvious. Well, I mean, we also because you think the
But
NFL
the
want the
refs-
Lions or the Rams to win?
But like the refs, like
I
they're
don't.
just they're like a conference ref.
That's true.
I don't know what conference they're from, but
I still can't believe that Lions thing. Like, again, for people just tuning in, I'm a Lions fan, so I'm still a little ticked by that. These two teams have played 5 times before. Alabama leads the series 3-2. 2019 Citrus Bowl, I remember that. It was really the 2020 Citrus Bowl. It happened exactly 4 years ago today, I believe, where Michigan actually had a lead in that game. They went up 16-14 right before halftime against Alabama, but Alabama would come back to win 35-16. Here they come, the Michigan Wolverines. Looks like a good amount of Michigan fans made the pilgrimage from Ann Arbor to Pasadena.
Can we just put a side note on the Georgia Bulldogs played 3 neutral site games this year, or 4. They played 4 neutral site games. 3 of them were in Atlanta.
Yeah?
Like, that's just like...
No, you're not. No.
Or over the past 2 years, sorry.
I was
They
gonna
played-
say, so...
They played 4 neutral sites, and 3 of them were in Atlanta.
Well, let's see, they played in Jacksonville twice against Florida. They played in Miami in their bowl game. They played in 2 SEC championships in Atlanta. They played Oregon in Atlanta last year. They played Ohio State in Atlanta. It's probably like 4-3. I think your math was wrong, but your point still stands.
I wasn't counting bowl games, because who cares about bowl games?
Then it'd be 3-5. Or 3-2. I don't know. I see what you're saying. You're right. We've got some Big 12 referees.
Oh, interesting.
I have a feel like they don't like Alabama and the SEC very much. I think you know why.
I don't know. I don't think the refs care that much.
No, they don't. I'm just, stirring controversy early. Alabama's got to have that excuse if they lose. It'll be that or that Michigan's cheating. And it's the same way the other way. Michigan's going to have plenty of excuses, too. Like, I've got no rooting interest here. Like, do you?
I don't know. Not really.
Yeah. Like, I feel like... I don't know. I'm pretty neutral here. I'm fine with anyone. Alabama wins a toss, so I don't have sound on who's gonna get the ball first.
They've deferred.
So Michigan is going to start with the football. So we'll go ahead and take our scrolling graphic off, and we're about to be underway from the Rose Bowl. It's the granddaddy of them all. For the last time, this is the last time we are going to get a 14 playoff. How about that?
Yep.
And so this is history, the last time ever. 12-team playoff starts next year. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, that should be fun. I'm a little mixed on all the conference realignment stuff, but 12-team playoffs I think is good.
As an Oklahoma and Nebraska fan and the Department of Conference Realignment, we got it good. You're going to the SEC. We're in the Big Ten. I think we're pretty safe for right now.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just the, commercializing of... I mean, I get that it... you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I totally don't disagree. I just mean from a personal fan perspective, us two are in a good spot. Because our teams are in safe conferences. For now. You never know. Maybe Ohio State and Michigan will bolt to the SEC someday. I wouldn't put it past it at this point. Alright.
You think eventually we're just not going to have conferences anymore? We're just going to have one big, the whole FBS is just a conference?
Oh, yeah. I could totally see that. If I'm being honest, but... That's a conversation for another day. We're about to be underway from the Rose Bowl. flick those pom-poms. Here we go. We are underway at the college football playoff semifinal.
And we got the college football playoff scoreboard. Love it.
Mine, the one I designed, or the one ESPN
No.
has?
The ESPN one.
I assume you're joking, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's always it's kind of a mess. It used to look a lot worse because they used those like weird texturized logos and made the little who has the ball ticker thing way too small. Like they've actually improved it since they implemented this score bug a few years ago.
Yeah, a little bit. All right, let's see. First play from the 25.
JJ McCarthy with the back on his left. Few fake snaps and he looks to throw. He has a lot of time. It is intercepted on the first play of the game. Alabama's got it. Alabama ball.
What a start.
Are you kidding me?
Could the Tide just run away with this one after
Wow.
one play?
That
Couldn't
is...
have drawn a better start.
I mean, what
McCarthy
is he...
hesitates, and then just tries to throw it away, or...
Where is he throwing it to?
I don't know, just hesitated for so long, and then just threw a duck.
He really did. You might want to move a second behind me, by the way. I think,
Yeah,
or you might be a
did.
second ahead.
I did.
They're going to review this. Here, I'll update the time. I'm not going to be updating the time.
I think they're looking at if he stepped out of bounds before he caught the ball.
See, that's what I was wondering. Like, because that'd be an illegal touching. I know there's been no controversy about illegal touching in football.
Nothing
recently.
there, nothing there. Oh, that's close.
Oh.
That's close.
I mean, either way, JJ McCarthy, what are you doing? Like, you cannot...
But is his heel ever down?
I thought that would be a flag that'd have to be... You can't... I think he's out, but I didn't think you could tack that on, because isn't that technically a penalty?
I think so. He was out of bounds.
Wow. Michigan catches a break.
It's just an incompletion.
That is crazy. So we'll give the ball back to Michigan, and it'll be second down. What I was saying about the time up in the corner, I'm not going to be updating that consistently, just whenever we have a review or a break or any sort of thing, I'll update that, just so that way if anyone's watching this back, because I like watching our reactions back, I think it's fun, and so that way you can know where it is, but remember, this is like complimentary to your viewing, so we'll verbally keep you updated on the down in time, as there is a screen
going nowhere.
That did not work for Michigan. It's
so early third down.
Yeah. Whew. You think the Michigan fans that spent all that money to go out there, you think their blood's pumping a little bit? Their heart's pounding?
Just a little bit. I would be too. I would be too.
I mean, this is already a big play. You can't give the ball to Alabama this quickly.
Yeah, you'd love to sustain a drive here, but...
3rd and 8 is tough against the SEC. They're going to pack the box a little bit. McCarthy going to scan.
Going
He's going to
over
throw.
the middle, and he was short of the sticks anyways.
Yeah.
So a little lackluster drive from Michigan to start.
And surprisingly, it could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been.
That was... Wow. I don't even know what to think. So they're gonna boot it away.
They go after it, but gets it off clean. And a fair catch. Ooh, a little scary fair catch, but out at the 35.
So we've already got fireworks at the Rose Bowl. Is that a tale of what's to come?
Just over a minute into the game.
Oh, Jalen Milroe. He lost the starting job early, and
They sucked even more than him, so he got the job back.
he has been excellent since then. He was able to beat the likes of Ty Simpson and the Notre Dame transfer. I can't remember his name.
Buckner.
Tyler Buckner, yep. After that horrendous USF game, and now they're in the playoff. So Milroe fakes the handoff.
Under pressure,
Fake it after
running back,
him.
and he goes down.
See ya.
It's a big sack, so big plays from defenses to start this game.
Correct. That is.
We might have a defensive struggle on our hands.
That's correct.
Just a good inside move. Just beat him.
Wow. I did not expect.
That's a true freshman left tackle in there.
Oh really? Yeah, that's.
I'm sure he's like a 5-star because it's Bama, but.
Well, yeah, of course. But
Little check down and he'll get it.
Oh,
Get it all
are they
back.
going to tack on yardage? They will not.
Nope.
There's a late shove out of bounds.
Letting them play early here.
A key guy to watch, Jermaine Burton, the wide receiver who has caught some deep balls this year. Definitely don't count him out. He can make plays.
So a long third down for Alabama now.
Correct.
From their own 35. Milroe checks at the line. Play clock winding down.
Gotta
They get
take
it
the
off.
Snap. Milroe.
Under pressure, running away, and he's sacked again.
Michigan. Making plays all of a sudden.
So they will definitely be forced to punt now.
That's,
A little stunt, and he just never, held his lane, and then they collapsed the pocket.
Is it just me, or outside of, like, that one terrible interception, Michigan's actually looked like the better team so far? Like, they...
We'll see. I think the defensives has looked better.
Yeah. Oh, he fumbled the ball!
And Alabama's got it!
Oh my goodness!
So early miscues from Michigan. And Michigan has it.
Right as I credit the team for only having one mistake, it all falls apart again. Wow.
Wow.
I am at a loss for words right now.
So after Alabama has a scary punt catch, Michigan muffs one.
Oh God. They... Wow. I can only imagine the seeds in Ann Arbor right now. That is... Like, I'm at a loss for words. So Jalen Milroe is going to get back out there at midfield. And they'll hand it off for the first time today. A steady dose of Jace McClellan.
I think that's the first run of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Both
For
teams
either
trying to
team.
establish, both teams trying to establish the pass early, and they got kind of behind the sticks, and then they had to throw, and they failed.
Correct.
So we'll see if establishing the run game, which team can do that.
2nd and 4. Milroe going to put some men in motion. Taking in the shotgun, and they'll hand it off again. No, he's going to keep it. Milroe
Cutting it
dancing.
back, finding the edge, and he'll have a first down.
Does a little bit of ballerina out there and picks up a first down. Or are they going to mark him just short? He got some good blocks, and I believe that's a first down. I don't know if they've confirmed it. You have sound on, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that a first? Oh, he might have been short.
No, it was a first down. There was an injury though.
Oh, I see. We've got a Michigan player down on the field. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we are back, still on commercial break. This has not been going great for Michigan so far. I mean, you really can't plan it any worse. They nearly gifted away once, and then they do gift it away a second time. They did get a good stop and 2 big sacks, but obviously it doesn't matter. And it seems that they reviewed it over the break, and they will push it back to a 3rd and 1. So Nick Saban got to do some thinking of how aggressive he wants to play, or does he just want to try and ensure a first down? And did they call timeout?
No, it was the injury, and then they looked at it. So
Oh, I see.
I guess
Now they're. Why didn't they do them both at the same time?
I think that they did.
Oh.
I think they didn't like officially review it, but they took a look at it because of the stoppage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. I'm kind of all over the place. I like how you're keeping me in check because I got 4 different screens going of stream health.
Yeah.
And
3rd and 1, maybe a little quarterback sneak, and it is, and I don't think he got it.
I don't
The
think
mark
he got
they're
that.
giving him is pretty generous, though.
Well, you know, those SEC rep. No, I'm kidding.
And based on the initial spot, I think he got it.
Are they going out for a measurement? I think they're just saying that's
And
first
they
down.
got it.
I don't like the spot of that football, personally. No.
He
No.
got pretty stood up pretty quick.
I don't think that's a first down. But
Well, they give it to him.
And another handoff. McClellan breaks a tackle. Goodbye. Touchdown. Crimson Tide.
So the muff Michigan.
Wow. That is a heartbreaker for Michigan fans. This has been a disaster so far. Fairly reminiscent of that TCU game last year. Except this time you're playing Alabama, and if it gets away from you early, you could be in trouble.
That's true.
So we've already seen one extra point miss in a New Year's Six bowl game today. How does this one fare? It's perfect. 7-0 Crimson Tide. And ESPN will use this as an advantage to grab another commercial break, because why not? Michigan with a turnover early. And not looking good. Alabama firing on all cylinders. So, how do we feel so far? A little bit shaky for a Michigan fan, or do you think they've got a chance to come back?
I think if they can clean up the mistakes, I think they got to do something on this drive. They got to sustain a drive here.
See, that's what I'm worried about, is I have no doubt Michigan can clean up those mistakes. What I do have doubt about is whether or not their offense can get a spark, because under adversity, they haven't really been in this kind of situation all year. And that's recipe for this game to get away from them quickly. So let's play a little bit of a pop quiz here. And when was the last time the Rose Bowl was played as a semifinal
They already said it. I don't want to talk about it.
in this stadium?
In that stadium? I don't know.
2017. When
Okay, yes.
number 2
Yes.
Oklahoma fell to number 3 Georgia in double overtime. If you're just joining us, I am a Nebraska fan, and I am here with a fellow Oklahoma fan, and we don't agree on the same things when it comes to favoritism in college football. That's for sure. Like, for me, even as a Nebraska fan, I hate Texas. But I wouldn't mind seeing the Longhorns win it all just because it'd be fresh. You, on the other hand, I think you're a little bit more adamant that Texas doesn't
It can't
win.
happen. It can't happen. It simply can't happen.
The reason why it's been 6 years is the Rose Bowl's supposed to be the semifinal every 3 years, but in 2017, or excuse me, in 2020, they had to move it to Dallas, where the Cotton Bowl is played at AT&T Stadium, Jerry World, because of COVID restrictions. ESPN showing all the Heisman winners for Alabama and that 16 national championships. I believe that puts them in second place all time among all college football teams. Number 1 is none other than the Yale Bulldogs, I believe, because as we all know, they're the biggest college football powerhouse.
Yep.
So Alabama's going to boot it away. And Michigan going to once again let it go back into the end zone. This is critical. If you cannot score here, I'm afraid that this game could get away from you, because Michigan's bread and butter is defense. And they can't let this get away from them. I mean, look at that. They've been outscored 55-9 in their last 3 CFP first halves. They've never won a playoff game, mostly because in the first half, the game just gets away from them. They are a lot more competitive against Georgia the second half of 2021. Same with TCU. But it wasn't enough to come back. They've got to lock in here if Michigan wants a chance to win. McCarthy and They'll hand it off for the first time today. He's going to make some moves. And he'll get 6 yards. 2nd and 4. That's
See
it.
if this. Yeah, they've been leading most of the year, so we'll see if they can deal with some adversity here.
And how about that at the bottom? Michigan has never led in a playoff game. That's
crazy.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. They'll pitch it to Corum. He's got nice blocks. He's got space down to midfield.
1st down, Michigan.
So both teams leaning on the run early, and it is being successful.
To be fair, both teams tried it out with the pass, but that didn't work for very long.
A little counter pitch.
Gets past midfield. J.J. McCarthy. And he's going to pull it back from Corum. It's batted down. He had the tight end over the middle. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Has Milrow completed a pass? I don't think he has.
I don't believe so, no.
Because McCarthy's completed one on that screen. But other than that, we've
Yeah.
had no completions.
This has been all run. And it's not for a lack of effort through the pass. It's simply because teams have not been able to get away with it. So far, these defenses have been very solid. McCarthy again. Fakes a handoff and another screed. They go to it again. And he'll fight for a couple extra yards. It's Colston Loveland. 4
Almost
yards.
snuck out of there.
3rd and 6. 3rd and 8,
Third and
excuse me.
8.
Yeah, I didn't see where they got the knee down, so I didn't know how much they were going to give him. How fun is this? We're in a CFP semifinal. This is exciting, right? It's been such a close game so far. I'm sure Michigan won't screw this up. As J.J. McCarthy, he's
will run,
going
and he is
to be close.
Just short, and you gotta expect him to go for this year.
I say no doubt. I don't think they could hit a field goal, and I wouldn't want to give the ball back to Alabama with a goose egg on the board.
Yeah, you're never punting in this situation.
That was an excellent wildcat there from J.J. McCarthy, lowering the shoulder and putting it all on the line.
4th and 1. They're running out of shotgun here, but it's not really shotgun. But they
Very
will give it to
clearly a
Corum, and he'll
run.
have it easily.
No doubt. So, Michigan will set up shop with the 1st down. What is that?
I'm moving my mic, and then the stand is squeaky.
Is it on a boom? Like an arm?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. McCarthy hands it off again, and he'll get a few. I've noticed on this drive, Michigan has really been dedicated to the run, handing it off to Corum and letting him get a few yards to give him a little bit of comfort on 2nd and 3rd down. Zach Zinter there, of course, he was injured against Ohio State, down on the field for quite a while. He is one of the best offensive linemen really in the country. This Michigan O-line has been very good this year. He's a key missing piece for the Wolverines as McCarthy's going to fake the handoff. He's going to escape. He's looking to throw. He'll toss it. 1st down if he got his feet in. They say yes. Red zone alert. Michigan on the prowl.
Great improvisation from McCarthy here. He was looking deep, didn't have it, or he might have had that skinny post.
He didn't have time to set his feet though, and
Yeah.
that was good work. Getting the ball in there. Did he hang on to it? He absolutely did. So Michigan, I believe that's down to the 13. 14 they'll mark them. First down in the red zone. First time either team has been in the red zone. Looking for an outside run, and it's an excellent pickup. The blocks were there, and they're inside the 10. Michigan looking to snatch the lead. Of course, a lot of the talk around this Michigan Wolverines team this year has been all about Connor Stallions and that whole controversy with them cheating. They're trying to prove that anything that could have happened, of course they denied the allegations, but any possible infraction that occurred will not impact them in this game. They're still the great team. As there, why not prove it? Blake Corum, touchdown, Michigan.
Michigan answers on a super important drive there.
Converting on fourth downs, and can't do it any better. Perfectly executed screen. He went right up the A gap. It was wide open.
And I think Michigan has firmly seized momentum now because Alabama has not driven the length of the field yet. The only time they've scored has been with a short field.
And that kick is good.
Almost missed.
That was a little wobbly, a little bit close for comfort. Did you see how much time was left?
There was like 4 something, 5 something, 4 something. Let me look on ESPN.
All right. I'll just go with 4:55. How about that? That sounds about right. I want to have that time somewhere around there, so that way.
Yeah.
It's not really there for people to know.
4:23.
4:23. The reason why I put the time there is because, I can't update every play, and I can't update it down every play, but that way, if you're rewatching the stream or someone's just tuning in, they can get a general idea of where we are in the game. And we will be right back. And we are back with 4:23 to go in the first quarter. It's a 7-7 ball game. Lots of struggles for Michigan early. That offensive line and that run game started to assert its will on the Alabama front seven, opening up the run game, and then they execute a perfect screen to knot this game up. If you are just joining us, I am here with Brevicle, the Oklahoma fan. I'm a Nebraska fan, and we really don't have any rooting interests in these games. We're just, the second game
until tonight.
We're gonna do the second game too, and of course, being an Oklahoma fan, Brevicle is gonna be pretty stern on his Texas hate, I feel.
Yeah, I'm a big Washington fan today.
Big Washington. You always been a big Washington guy, right?
Well, my uncle does live there, so.
Well, there you go. There
we go.
Such a great play. I mean, the blocks developed, and there you go. So we'll
Just
go
a
ahead and
busting coverage there.
take the ball scores off. Again, if you're just joining us, that graphic is not up to date. It's got every single ball score up until today, but I can't add the other ones to the animations, so that's why those are on the side permanently on the screen, because that's something I could add. So we'll be showing you that animation as much as possible. It's a touchback, and it'll be Alabama football. Of course, that yellow bar on the score for Alabama signifies they have the ball, if anyone's confused.
Oh my god, they did the thing.
Oh, no.
They did the thing.
So, if you are watching live, you would have just seen that what TV broadcasts love doing is, coming back for commercial break, teasing you with football, and then throwing it away and going back to commercial break. It's everyone's favorite, right?
Yeah, you get the one play, the kickoff, and then right back to the commercial.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll toss the scroll wheel back, I guess. So, looking back at it now, what do we think of Florida State not being in the playoff?
I mean, who knows what would have happened, who they would have got to play,
I mean, I think that it should have been Florida State at 3, Texas at 4. I think that with the season we've had with so many elite teams, you have to put the 3 teams that are undefeated, that are distinguished, and then you've got 3 12-1 teams. Texas beat Alabama. Alabama beat Georgia, and so that's how you get Texas in there. Now, that being said, I think this is going to be a better matchup, but I just don't think it's fair to Florida State. And personally, Georgia dominated. There's no doubting about that. That game was ugly to watch. It was the largest postseason point differential between 2 teams ever. I mean, that is crazy.
And that's with last year's national
That's with
championship
last
game.
year's. Georgia beat their own record of the largest postseason win ever. And so I really don't think you can say anything other than Georgia dominated. That being said, Florida State was not at full strength. And I'm not a Florida State fan, but I think that people have to understand that there was a lot more to that whole result. I think Florida State was a much better team. I don't think they're one of the 4 best teams, but the only metric we have to determine the 4 best teams is wins and losses. Florida State didn't lose at full strength all season. So I think it's kind of hard to keep them out, but that's what happened, and hopefully we get 3 great games throughout the whole playoff, and
it shouldn't be an issue anymore.
yeah. With the 12-team playoff coming next year, that is a run up the gut, and it's got no chance. Outside of a few good plays for Alabama when they had short field position, they have been completely shut down by Michigan. I feel like Michigan had some nerves early, right? They almost gave the ball away on the first play with an interception, and then had that fumble on a punt return. But they're kind of in their groove now. Now it's Alabama really needing to step it up. Like you said, Michigan's got the momentum. Milrow in a 5 wide, or at a 4 wide. He'll check it down, and it's incomplete.
So another 3rd and long for Alabama.
Correct. There's a sea of Mason
for Michigan. Big chance for Michigan here to take their first lead ever
in a playoff
game.
Correct.
Little miscommunication with the receiver there.
3rd down and 11. Milrow looking. He's got a man short, but he's going to try and run it. Does he have it? He slips and slides almost. It almost looked unintentional. Either way, he was short. And it's 4th and 3, 4th and 4. Alabama going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, initially it looks like he would have that first down, but it looks like he tried to cut and just lost his footing there.
It looks like a slide, but I don't think it was an intentional slide. I think he kind of just screwed that up. So we'll see as they boot it away and Michigan's going to get it back.
The punter takes a hit late there.
And it
We'll
does
see if
not
they're
matter.
gonna call that.
It doesn't matter if it's running or roughing because that's 5 yards and that's a first down for Alabama, but they're not going to throw the flag. The punter is hurt for Alabama and there was no flag thrown. Number 86. And where was he touched?
On the leg.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be running into the kicker.
I don't think they could tack that on.
I don't think they can tack it on, but I think it should have been.
I think that should have been running into the kicker, and that should be first down Alabama. Unless it is not, and Michigan is going to get the ball back with 2:49 to play in this first quarter here at the Rose Bowl. It is 5:49 here on the East Coast, and we have a 7-7 deadlock. Michigan with the ball at their own 19 after a good punt and a controversial no call on the running into the kicker. Corum going to continue to run the running back stable, and he'll get half of what he needs on first down.
So we'll see now. A little break for Michigan. We'll see if they can use that to grab some more momentum. See if they can't go down and get some points.
Correct. Because, again, like you said, they have never led in a CFP game. Maybe that's what flips the switch. What they've always struggled with in these games is that first half. Can they get it figured out here? It's a 5 wide for J.J. McCarthy. He will throw, and that is caught, and that is a first down Wolverines. Saban not looking happy so far outside of a few mistakes. Michigan has looked like the better team. Their offense has rolled.
And Bama honestly hasn't done a whole lot. They've capitalized on a couple mistakes, but they haven't really done a lot themselves.
Correct. They have not been able to drive the full length of the field like Michigan has, and they're trying to do it again here. 11 yards into the drive, first down. 2 backs, and he put a man in motion. It'll be a handoff once again. And was that Edwards, I think?
It was Edwards, yeah.
So another good run on first down. You could start to see the game plan here for Michigan. First down, get a run, use those big offensive linemen, some of the best in the country, to open up the gaps, and then maybe take a shot on second down, or they've got options there. They could continue to run, they could throw Alabama off balance, or they could try and take a shot. It has worked beautifully. As there's another handoff, and there's another first down. Churning the legs to the 45. We've got a flag.
It's a late flag after the play, almost. On the back end of the play.
The refs are laundry late. We'll see.
We'll see what this is.
Yeah, they're conversing. And
Long conversation here.
that is. I didn't see anything. Did you?
I didn't see anything. It'll be
And
unnecessary roughness on Michigan.
really, so they're gonna call a personal foul. And oh yeah, absolutely. He was already not. Well, I mean, I didn't realize. Yeah, the play was still going right there. It was unnecessary, or it was roughness. Was it unnecessary given the running back was right there? I'm pretty
Oh no,
sure.
I don't hate the call.
Yeah, I think you got to call that, but I can understand why he's upset. I mean, it looks like a penalty. You have to call that, but I can understand the frustration there. Is JJ McCarthy gonna pull it down for a few yards on second and
And it'll
11?
bring up a 3rd and long, which is what they've been trying to avoid here.
Maybe they could finally get it to go. I mean, this is a big play for Michigan. 3rd down and 9, and they're gonna take it to the quarter break. We're gonna hit the start of the second quarter at a 7-7 ball game. Number 1 Michigan, number 4 Alabama battling for the right to compete for a national championship. We'll take a break and see you on the other side. And we are back with our coverage of the Rose Bowl game. I would say presented by Prudential, but we are not bought and paid for. We are a free, I would say company, but it's just a random YouTube channel. Uh, this is 3rd and long for JJ McCarthy. He'll bring his back onto his left and put a guy in motion. He looks to pass, and that is caught. And oh god, he got flipped. That was like a body slam. and he's a yard or two short. I don't think that was who he was throwing to. He had a guy wide open past him, but that wide receiver grabbed the ball. Do you see what I'm saying?
Take a
There's the
look at
replay.
this. No, it would have
Oh,
been
no.
overthrown.
Yeah.
It would have been overthrown. Kool-Aid McKinstry made the tackle.
And he left nothing to waste on that one. Alabama is going to get a stop and is able to make a big play.
And it'll be a fair catch at the 24.
And they do not muff the kick, which we have seen be an issue. That was a weird laugh. But, you know. Let's give Alabama the ball here. I like how ESPN's advertising the national champ. Like, if I'm watching the playoff, trust me, I know when the national championship is, and I do plan on watching the national championship.
Oh yeah, it's like when they advertise the playoffs during Rice versus Texas State.
Yeah, I know. Like, I know when the legit games that matter are.
Yeah.
And
unblocked!
Unblocked
A
and
miscommunication and protection for Alabama. And Jalen Milroe takes a hit for it.
they're gonna launch some dynamite right up the gap. It was a well-disguised blitz, and Melrose has to take some heat and some scratches. That's a tone setter on first down. Jim Harbaugh is loving it.
Sacks are drive killers, puts them away behind the chains. Empty backfield for Milroe.
Seems to be
See
a
if he can't get some of
miscommunication.
it back.
And they're going to get another sack. This defensive line for Michigan is
Dominating.
unstoppable, exactly. They have really on both sides of the ball, the line for Michigan has dominated. They have imposed their will on the Crimson Tide so far.
So now a 3rd and 23 from their own 11.
This is not the play that I assumed they wanted to be in, and they got to make sure they snap this. I thought that was a delay of game. Instead, Milroe is going to pull it down, and he's going to get some good yardage. 99
he
times.
takes a big hit for it.
He does. 90 times out of 100, that's going to get you a first down. Not after you allow 2 sacks on first and second down. And just like that, Alabama is going to kiss the ball away as they boot it back to the Wolverines. How are you enjoying beautiful Pasadena so far? The weather's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Not loving the shadow on the field, but
No, I'm not. It's okay. Typically, towards the end of the game, it's not so bad. And it's really good when they turn the lights on and it's dark out. Really, the only time we've ever gotten to that point is when the Rose Bowls went to overtime. And, of course, in 2017, the Oklahoma Sooners screwed up a 17-point lead late in the first half and would end up losing to Georgia. And Baker Mayfield would get cooked. He would get baked. If you're just joining us, I'm a Nebraska
it wasn't Baker's fault, man. Our defense was so bad.
Let me have my moment. Oklahoma sucks at everything, and they always will. How about Oklahoma basketball, though? Have you been watching them?
I haven't really been watching, but I've been following. Pretty good.
Porter Moser has those Sooners at, what are they right now? Number 14 with only a loss to Carolina?
Yep.
That's... Meanwhile, Fred Hoiberg, Nebraska. My Cornhuskers are 11-2. Their best start to a season in decades.
Are we both gonna be a tournament team for once? Oh
Maybe,
my goodness.
and maybe a second round matchup uh, like a 5 Nebraska and a 4 Oklahoma.
Maybe I've seen some projections putting Oklahoma all the way up to like a 2 seed.
Uh-huh, I have
So,
two. Nebraska's been a 10 seed in most, sometimes an 11. Which just, like, we haven't made March Madness in 10 years, so
yeah.
I... Maybe I'll do a watch along for those if you
Hey,
get
I'd
that.
rather be a 12 than an 11.
Yeah. No, that's
Cause it,
fair. That's fair, because...
cause 11's dumb. Like you might have to play a play-in game. It's dumb.
Well, and then... Well, the reason why they do that is because you're one of the last teams that they can't put a conference champion in a play-in game, and at least I don't think so. Well, they can't put a conference champion that's not a 16 seed in a play-in game. I know that for sure. So, because like Fairleigh Dickinson last year, the 16 seed that upset Purdue, they had to play a play-in game, and I believe they won their conference. Um,
Uh-huh.
but the the 11 seed games, those are always between the last few teams in. And so I think as long as you're not one of the very worst conference champions, you're guaranteed to like get an automatic in. Whereas if you're one of those last four, even though you're arguably better than those teams, you're still one of the last four in.
Yeah.
There's J.J. McCarthy. He is a big believer in a lot of those Zen and yoga and all sorts of stuff, and it works well for him. And this is, I believe, well, who is that quarterback taking snaps? And
I believe it's Alex Orgy.
oh, there it is, the 236-pound sophomore took a Wildcat play and has a very regular last name that I will not comment on further. J.J. McCarthy will come back into the game on 2nd and 6. They ran Wildcat with him earlier. I'm surprised that they would flip quarterbacks that quickly, but it worked, and McCarthy gotta take a shot, too tall.
Missed him.
He had him wide open. He was able to elude the defender. And
that is one of his bigger flaws as a prospect. Is his accuracy. He's got a good arm, good athleticism, but you question the accuracy sometimes.
especially
I still think he has the potential to be a first round pick, but we'll see.
especially those mid to long range throws. It gets a little shaky. There is talk about whether or not he will declare for the draft after this. As of right now, I'm leaning to probably not, but it might depend on whether they win a championship. There is going to be no flag for any sort of pass interference, and we are in a stalemate at the Rose Bowl, 4th and 6.
I think they kind of got away from the run on that drive.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't able to sustain anything.
That's a great point. There was really no use of the run late in that drive, any significant use that they continue to pursue. Tommy Doman has a 35 and 37 yard punt. We'll see how long this one is. It's not a terrible kick. It'll be put at the 30. And
Jalen Milroe has only thrown the ball twice. He has dropped back 6 times and he's thrown the ball twice. He's been sacked 4 times, and has 1 completion for 11 yards.
They have not been able to. I mean, he hasn't had time to throw the ball. He's a good passer, but his O-line has not given him an opportunity to chuck it downfield, and I think that's their biggest issue right now.
Mm-hmm. Really, their only form of offense has been with the quarterback run. They've only given Jace McClellan 2 carries. I mean, he's been good on those 2 carries, but he only has 2.
Correct. It's not looking good for Alabama. I have no doubt that they could fix it, but as of right now, They need to settle in. We'll see if Michigan can make a play. We'll take a quick break. And we are back. ESPN going through some of the all-time quarterbacks and coaches and players from these two established schools, including Tom Brady, a Michigan alum in the 90s. So, I believe Alabama's got the ball back, correct? Feel like
yes.
Feel like I'm kind of out of. It's hard to like pay attention because everyone keeps like flicking it back and forth, and there's really no. There's no offense right now. It's just each team's punting it back and forth. It's like an Iowa
I
game.
think Alabama needs to establish the run, and that's what they're gonna try to do here.
4-yard pickup. 2nd and 6. This clock will continue to wind. We're approaching the third of the way done in this Rose Bowl matchup. Alabama has not gone a first down on 3 of their 4 drives today. That is not what you want to see.
And it's not gonna be difficult for them to get one here, as it's gonna be another 3rd and long.
Under 10 to go, it's Alabama. They are in trouble of having to boot it away again, and this field position matchup would continue. 3rd and 9.
Empty backfield. They're gonna have to get it out quick. And it'll be a timeout
Michigan.
for Michigan.
Interesting. The defense is going to discuss this one, and probably not the worst idea in the world. ESPN's loving it. They're going to take their commercial break. And I will say the commercials have been insufferable so far. They have really stuffed them down our throats.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of break.
I think it's because we haven't had a whole lot of offense.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. But still, like, sometimes when the teams punt it back and forth, they'll, just, if there's not a lot of offense, they won't take those breaks. And I think it's just because they've got a lot of bats to fit in.
Yeah.
I just saw a good point online about Iowa. Of course, the score right there that Tennessee beat them 35-0. Iowa went 10-0 against teams that weren't ranked this year. They played 3 teams they were ranked, and they didn't just lose to them all. They didn't score a point against any of them. They lost
Wow.
35-0 to Tennessee, 26-0 to Michigan in the Big Ten Championship, and then early in the season, they went and played at the Whiteout in Penn State, and they got crushed 31-0. That's not very good.
That's the type of football team they've been.
That is
They-
indeed.
Like, if they can get stops on a team, they're gonna hang, and if they can't, then they're gonna get destroyed.
If I'm doing my math right, that's 92-0. They've been outscored by ranked opponents. Of course, this Tennessee game was the final game of the Brian Ferentz offensive coordinator era at Iowa. And what a way to go. Here's an interesting fact, is I believe this was his 7th and final season there, before he's obviously now fired. He had never been shut out until this season. He had at least found a way to score some sort of points in every single game for that offense until this season, where he got shut out 3 times. And this is after they got good transfers like Cade McNamara and Eric All from Michigan. So yeah, probably it's not great for Iowa right now, but hey, that defense is good.
Yep.
They're killing it on defense. So Milrow, he put a man in motion. Instead, he's going to take it himself and go nowhere. That'll bring up a 4th down, and the timeout was very good for Michigan. That is a curious decision. I mean, this is 4th and long, and you're going with a quarterback draw? I guess not really a draw, but he faked a jet sweep, and then he took it up the middle. I don't think that's...
Gotta wonder, is Saban losing his touch?
Is Saban out of it? I mean, I don't think Michigan would expect that, but it felt conservative. But it's hard to even say it's conservative when you're putting your quarterback at risk, and Michigan comes after it. He'll just get it away, and this ball will take an Alabama bounce, and it'll find itself around the 16-yard line for Michigan. Isn't it kind of interesting how we do our spotting still? Like, with all the technology in the world, football spotting is still... The ref goes and he puts the ball right on a specific blade of grass.
Yeah, I don't... At some point, we're gonna have to learn and just put a chip inside the ball like we do with, like, every other sport.
Correct. But, which the USFL has done that. Now the UFL, which was announced today, but that's the Spring Football League that unfortunately a lot of people don't watch.
But maybe that's a good sign that we'll eventually get it in mainstream football.
Correct. There's a good 8-yard pickup on the ground.
Michigan has 100% looked like the better team here so far.
No doubt about it, in my opinion. They are just shy of the 25-yard line.
But, I mean, the big thing is Alabama has looked completely outplayed, and they're tied. So,
but
you never know.
You want to know why? It's because of those early mistakes. If Michigan could get their touchback on offense and avenge those mistakes, I have no doubt that Michigan can win this game by 2 scores. So far, they have looked like the better team. Now, halftime speeches can sometimes do Alabama squads wonders. I wonder why. Nick Saban might be the X factor there, as there's another run for a first down.
Yeah, we'll see if Saban can make some adjustments in the break. But in the meantime, we'll see if they can get a stop here.
What's going to be critical for Alabama is not letting this get out of hand in the first half. You could allow Michigan to score here, but preferably you want to go into the half tied or only down by a score. This has not been Alabama's best half of football all year. There's no doubt about that. But if you can keep this game close, Alabama's the kind of team that can absolutely come back late in the game. So there's another run. I know on the last drive, or a few drives ago, we were talking about how Michigan really stopped leaning on that run. Well, now look what they've went back to. Back to their bread and butter. Back to running it up the middle and getting what they can and setting up a second and manageable. It's worked all day, and I don't see any reason why it won't continue to work.
Yeah, Blake Corum averaging 6.4 yards per carry right now. Helped by a long run early.
McCarthy over the middle, it's caught. And ripped down is Colston Loveland. First down, Wolverines. And just like I said, run on first down, get a few yards, throw it over the middle, pick up some chunk yardage. That was a good fake pitch, too. It cut the linebacker off balance and was able to open up the slant for a first down.
Michigan on the move here. They'll pitch it. He'll throw it back to McCarthy. High throw off his back foot. It's caught. Oh my goodness, what a play.
McCarthy is slow to get up, though. He took a shot at the end of that. Jim Harbaugh is furious. He has grass in his face, and he was knocked. What an insane play, first of all. It looked like he was going to pull a Jeff Sims and not corral that football. Excellent play to get the wide receiver ready. And I'm not sure. What do we think? Roughing the passer?
No, I think that's clean.
See, I think the fact that he pursued and he didn't pull up might be cause for it. I think we really need a roughing the passer clarified and revised.
Yeah, I think it might have changed the rules since he, gave the ball away and then got it back. I think he becomes a ball carrier.
That might be true. Yeah.
Even though he still can pass it.
Well, yeah, that's true, because if you hand it off to a running back and he gets tackled, but he still passed it. So he's still a passer. I don't know. They didn't call it. That's the bottom line. And Alabama's going to stand up to the run 2 plays in a row as we enter the final minutes of this first half. It's a 3rd and 10 for Michigan. J.J. McCarthy. What does he do here? He's still picking turf out of his face mask. Plays after he hit the deck. They have yet to convert a 3rd down. Can they do it on 3rd and 10? 4 minutes to go in the half.
And if not, you're looking to at least get into field goal range here. Get a couple yards.
Correct. McCarthy over the middle and is caught. And for the first time today, they convert a 3rd and a whole lot more. Touchdown! Michigan! And for the first time in the history of Wolverine football, they possess a lead at a college football playoff event.
Wow, it didn't look like he was going to be able to get the edge there, but found an extra gear. You maybe think, I don't know if Alabama let off the gas a little bit there, thinking he had the angle, but...
Almost looked like a horse collar tackle to try and bring him down anyways. As Morris reaches for the goal line as he's dragged down from behind. What a great play for Michigan as they will review this.
And I don't think he ever stepped out of bounds.
And the snap is fumbled on the extra point. Michigan will cover it up to stop a potential 2-point run back for Alabama. And that's why I don't change the score until after the extra point. So it'll stay 13-7, and now the kicker is getting turf out of his face mask. A complete disaster there.
It looks like it was on the snapper there.
They are able to get it. Even if they didn't, number 3 for Alabama would have been down. So, since it's an extra point, that wouldn't have mattered. Either way, hey, you never know. An extra point in a game like this, that could mean something. So, stay tuned from that department. It's 13-7 Michigan. We'll be right back. Nobody could hear me there. I accidentally used the wrong audio device. So far, the Michigan Wolverines, they have buffed the snap on an extra point. They have almost threw an interception on the first play of the game that was, thankfully for Michigan fans, overturned. What could have been disaster. And they also buffed a punt, which ended up leading to Alabama's only points of the game. If you clean up those mistakes, this could be 14 or even 21-0 Michigan. I mean, think about that. It's just a few mistakes for Michigan is what's keeping this game so close. And that's why going into halftime, it'll likely be a one-score game. Alabama is going to run this one out of the end zone, and he will get licked up. This Michigan attack, they get their deal. Their end of the bargain as he is blown up. So 13-7, Alabama ball with just over 3.5 minutes left in this first half. And Nick Saban is not a happy camper. On first down, Jalen Milroe. He's going to look deep. And did he drag the toe? They say yes! Just short of midfield and the biggest offensive play today for Alabama. Not
Just
resulting
just
in
his
touchdown.
second completion.
That is Jalen Milroe's third pass attempt and only his second completion. The reason for such few pass completions is because that Michigan defensive line has gotten after them. The protection was good there, and it allowed Milroe to make a great throw at the
I think
45.
think Alabama needs to take a leaf out of Jeff Levy book, get some quick game going. But here's the deep ball from Milroe, way out of bounds, and he was very well covered.
Arguably, it looked like pass interference against Michigan, as Jermaine Burton was the intended receiver. Obviously, though, it was 22,000 yards out of bounds, so
But I think it was also
uncatchable.
both ways, hand fighting kind of both ways.
Yeah, the replay, that definitely looked a lot closer. Anywho, 2nd and 10 at their own 45. Do they take another shot here as Burton is in motion? And they'll fake another handoff. They'll throw it back to Burton, and he will tiptoe on the sideline and go out at the 50. 2:57 to go in this first half. And
So Alabama still looking for their first third down conversion. Can they get it here? Under 3 minutes to go in the first.
correct, Jace McClellan is out there. He's only gotten a few carries. Him and Jalen Milroe's passing attack have been underutilized, in part because Michigan has excellently employed their game plan to take them out of the game, but also in part because it has just not worked out. Alabama has made some curious decisions play calling wise. Here's a 3rd and 4. It's a handoff right to McClellan. He lowers the shoulder and picks up 5. First down, Alabama.
That's the first time we've said that today on a third down.
Correct. Right after Michigan converts their first 3rd down of the game. If Alabama were to score a touchdown and get an extra point here, which obviously isn't a given, they could have a lead and get the ball to start the second half.
That's true.
Alabama could really flip this game from the Michigan momentum back to themselves in a minute. Now, we've got flags flying, and they're saying false start. That could back them up to 1st and 15. We'll go ahead and update the time while we have a brief break, so anyone joining in, not watching the game, can get caught up on where we're at. There's 1:43 left to go at the half. Alabama will be situated with a 1st and 15 after the false start. The ball is placed at the Michigan 49-yard line. And the clock is running. McClellan on his left. He's got a fullback in the backfield with him. And Milroe has all day to throw. Looks to take a deep shot. And knocked down.
Receiver had to play a little bit of defense there, almost intercepted.
He definitely knocked it down. I couldn't tell if that was actually him knocking it down or if it was more his hands were almost taken by the defender. Could have made a case for pass interference. It all happened so fast. Here, let's see on this replay. And yeah,
Hands get a little tangled there, but it looks pretty clean.
it does look clean, and you are right about that. He did have to play a bit of defense as the Michigan player. It almost fell right into his hands. It was knocked down. This play clock is down to 1. They'll get it off. And Milroe gonna have to hop on his horse. Use the DIY kit. He pops to the 32 with a running clock. Under 2 minutes, the clock will pause for a first down. Of course, the new rule in college football this year. Until the final 2 minutes of a half, that clock will not stop for a first down because we are late into this first half. It will stop, and there's another throw over the middle, and he had to run back to get the ball. He actually lost a few yards because of that, and this clock is still rolling. And I believe the Crimson Tide took their first time out. Each team will be down to 2 for this first half. Just 48 seconds left. Michigan 13, Alabama 7, Michigan 5.
Man, if Alabama can score here, I feel like that's so demoralizing for Michigan because you feel like you've dominated this whole half and you end up going to the locker room down a point.
And you don't even get the ball to start the second half. That's the worst part if you're a Michigan Wolverine.
I mean, even if they just get a field goal here, we'll see.
So 49 seconds to go in the half. As Harbaugh's hoping his defense can make a huge stand, at the very least holding Alabama to 3. That would kind of neutralize that missed extra point in a way, because you'd have an even field goal lead. If Alabama scores a touchdown and gets the extra point, you're now down a point. As Milroe throws to the side. Was there a face mask there? He's saying yes. The ref's saying no. Michigan says no. It's 3rd and short. Clock is running. Under 40 seconds. Milroe and company on 3rd and 3. Hurrying to the line. At the 25. He'll put a man in motion. A low to the backfield. Milroe is dropped. Claw machine puts him on the turf.
And that's what you could not do in that situation if you're Milroe. They've been to let the clock run all the way down until you take a timeout to attempt this field goal. But this field goal has become a not given now.
He was blindsided by the rush, too. It looked like he was about to throw it. He could sense it coming, and he was able to keep the ball in his grasps. This is going to be a long field goal attempt for the veteran Alabama kicker.
It's going to be a mid-40.
There will be 8 seconds left in the half.
That's Michigan's 5th sack of the half.
That right there. Michigan has the lead right now because of their play in the trenches. Their offensive line and their defensive line have dominated, and they have been able to make the plays when they have to, open up some gaps for their running backs to run, giving J.J. McCarthy time to complete some quick throws, get them down the field, and on defense, like you just said, 5 sacks. That's the difference right now. They put 14 seconds on the clock as Michigan called a timeout to try and preserve some time for them to get a run back. Burnip, the punter, will hold for Will Riker, the SEC Special Teams Player of the Year, the all-time leading scorer for the Crimson Tide. He'll have a chance to make it a 3-point game. An even 50-yard attempt is up cleanly, and it is true! Alabama scores.
Right down the middle. So there's 7 seconds left here. We'll see if Michigan tries to do anything.
And that could not have been more of a perfect kick. It is 13-10. The difference right now is Michigan's second score was a touchdown with no extra point. Alabama's was a field goal. That's why we're at a 13-10 game. And you have to think, if you're Michigan, that's a big win right there. You are keeping the momentum in a lot of ways. Your defense got a big stop, and you're still up by a field goal.
Michigan has over 100 more yards than Alabama, but only 3 extra points to show for it. Just because of a couple of those mistakes giving Alabama short fields.
With 7 seconds, Michigan called a timeout to potentially give themselves an opportunity for a run back. As of right now, this is the only time, barring disaster, Michigan will have entered the end of a quarter in the college football playoff with a lead. The second quarter going into halftime, barring disaster or something crazy, Michigan will have a 13-10 lead. once halftime rolls around, stick it here. We are going to take a break until the start of the second half to give ourselves a chance to eat and rest our voices. And we'll be right back at the conclusion of halftime. Michigan's going to deal it. And that is it. 13-10 Michigan going into halftime. We will be back at the start of the second half. Michigan able to hold on to a lead despite their miscues. Alabama to receive the second half kickoff.
Hello? Am good.
You know what? I just realized I haven't had my mic on for the past few minutes. So, Alabama will run the ball to the 25. That is embarrassing. Brevicle, you have been on mic.
Yep. I haven't really said anything, so.
That's correct. Well, oh, sorry, we were kind of scrambling to get back on here, but in the next 30 minutes of game time, we'll decide who is going to the national championship. Will it be Jalen Milroe? Let's see. He's got good protection. He'll pump fake. He'll throw the screen. He actually threw it behind him to another wide receiver, and it goes out of bounds and complete. Here's a fun fact about the Rose Bowl. I don't know if you know it. The reason why they always start at like the exact time they do, because like 5 is a weird time for a football game to start, but they start it there so that way when the third quarter ends and the fourth quarter starts, that the sun is directly setting over the mountains and it creates like the cool like, sunset effect. Is there is a good run for Alabama to set the tone. So there you go. There's a fun fact.
What time does the second game start?
8:45 Eastern, 7:45 Central.
Alright.
Milroe puts a man in motion. And he'll hand it off with blocks to the 45 of Alabama. 2nd and 1, Crimson Tide. Oh,
Alabama moving the ball as well as they have all day here.
second and 2, handoff. Jace McClellan throwing a stiff arm. Gets past the 50, out of bounds for a first down. So far, that Nick Saban halftime pep talk doing wonders. Michigan seems caught off balance. First and 10 with a running clock. It'll be under 12 minutes to go in the third quarter when they snap it. Alabama has been very successful in the third quarter this year. The ball is low. And Milroe has to take a seat back at his own 39. Bad snap is costly. And Alabama takes a tumble there. Melrose didn't look like it was ready for it, and it was not a good snap. Very reminiscent of what happened in the plays leading up to the Melrose miracle at Jordan Hare. Second and 23 from the 40. And another low snap! Melrose has to recollect it! The ball is loose! He'll pick it back up, but not before another sack. Third and very long. Third and 29 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. A promising start to the second half. Almost ended disaster as they'll hand it off. Getting a little bit of that yardage back. This drive will stall. It got past midfield and it went no further, only backwards. As they'll boot it away, and Michigan's going to have to take it deep. He's going to try and get something out of it. Spin move to the 12.
So we'll see if Michigan can extend their lead now. After a quick commercial break.
Of course.
That is anything but.
Exactly. We'll take a quick break with them. And we are back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Everyone that's hanging in here with us. If you're just joining the stream, I am the Nebraska fan, the host of the stream. I'm here with my friend Brivical, who is an Oklahoma fan, and I definitely haven't given him any crap about that so far.
Well, he says the Nebraska fan, though.
Well, I mean, at least I didn't have expectations for this year. Or not significant expectations like you guys did. So Michigan's gonna have a 13-10 lead. They did not have 2 field goals. They had a touchdown and a missed extra point, but they still lead by an even 3 points, and they look to expand on that lead on this drive that is starting here. As ESPN has decided to air a national championship commercial because, not like everyone who is currently watching the game is going to be missing.
Actually, I will be missing that game because I have commitments that night.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's
But
their
it's
fault
not-
for putting it on a Monday.
well, yeah. But it's not because of a lack of awareness, though. That's not why
Yeah.
you're missing it. So,
Yeah.
there's a handoff, and Blake Corum goes nowhere. He maybe lost a yard. Down to 9:30 left in this first half. So the seconds are churning away with a second semifinal pending.
You're still 2 subscribers away from 200.
I know.
Haven't you been that way like all year?
Oh, yeah. Since the start of this year.
0 new subscribers.
Yeah. I haven't gotten a subscriber all year, guys. And, you know, the year's
I could give you a subscriber. I can switch accounts.
Well, there you go. I mean, the year's only 19 hours old.
But I think I might be able to get you to 200. There's 199. Is this account subscribed to you yet? It's not 200.
Hey, 200 subscribers live on the air. Third and nine for
201.
Michigan. Hey,
201. I think someone else subscribed because I subscribed
third and
twice.
9 for Michigan. J.J. McCarthy retreats to the end zone. Looking downfield. Fires! It is incomplete. Out of bounds. The Michigan sideline says Johnson corralled it. Let's take a peek. Did he drag the toe?
That's close.
That is close.
I think he's got it.
I think he does too. I think that's a first down, Michigan. Obviously a critical call, given the momentum shifts and each team trying.
I think that's a catch.
I don't disagree. I do think that was a catch. We'll see. They're going to review it. Once again, thank you for everyone tuning in. We will be live streaming every single game. So this is not just the Michigan Alabama game.
Every single game, so both games.
Well, yeah, both games. But yeah, I guess that did sound kind of weird. Here's the call. And they will flip it. First down, Michigan. The Wolverines on the prowl. They'll move the sticks and get a fresh set of downs for J.J. McCarthy and company. So another completion, and they continue to keep their short gains on offense, but consistent first downs going. And Corum will join McCarthy in the backfield as the tight end relocates to the other side of the field. More motion. All for a handoff as Corum will use his strength to pick up 3, maybe 4 yards for second and medium. McCarthy's going to hit the sideline for a minute as it'll be Alex Orji back in there. Under 8 minutes to go in this third quarter.
Here we go. We'll see if this is a quarterback run here or if they're going to mix it up.
The idea would be this would be Wildcat. That's what they've used Orji for. And he looks to run it, but now he's got to throw and he'll be knocked out of bounds. Alabama going to reclaim the 3 yards they just gave up, and it'll be 3rd and 10.
Alabama all over this one.
It is 3rd down and 9. What do you draw up here if you're Jim Harbaugh and company? Another receiver.
You gotta get McCarthy out of the pocket here.
Which he does not leave the pocket. It is caught. He is short at the 34. And this third quarter continues to tick away with minimal action. After the punt, we'll likely be under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter of this Rose Bowl semifinal.
Oh, it's just a little bit behind him and can't keep his footing.
Michigan has to punt.
If we were in the NFL, he might still be running.
Correct. Well, I don't know if he'd be running, but he'd definitely
He
have a
would have got the
first
first
down and
down.
probably a little bit more. As that punt's away, it'll be fair caught at the 21. Alabama football. Can Jalen Milroe get something going? Of course, ESPN's gonna hit a timeout, and we will as well. We'll be back in a second.
Right.
And we are back here in the late third quarter with roughly 6 minutes to go. I don't remember the exact time. We're just keeping rough estimates there for reference. As ESPN rolls previous national championships, the 2009 Alabama Crimson Tide securing Nick Saban his first of many titles with the Tide. The College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy resting outside of the Rose Bowl Stadium on the outskirts of Los Angeles lays one of the most historic venues in all of sports, and we enter the final 20 minutes or so of this Rose Bowl game. McClellan, they use another steady dose of him to pick up a good gain on first down. Anyone in the stream, make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you wish. And we continue to press onward. A short run for Alabama. 3rd and 4, it looks like. coming up for Jalen Milroe and company. They're 2 for 8 on third down. They started 0 for 4. Can number 4 make a play to keep the drive alive, down by 3? Man in motion, he'll rejoin Milroe in the backfield, and he'll look to throw screen. It was a dangerous pass with the defender lurking with an opportunity to jump the route. Alabama's going to have to punt, and Nick Saban not liking the failures of his offense.
Even if that was an accurate ball and a catch, I don't think he was gonna get the first down there.
I agree, because there were multiple defenders there. I didn't see the full field. Maybe there wasn't another guy open, but you have to think that wasn't the best read for Jalen Milroe there. Because that is a booming punt all the way back, and it'll take it Alabama bounce back to the 11. Remember, I am a Nebraska fan, so by extension a Big Ten West fan, so punts excite me. Please excuse that overly dramatic announcing for a punt, but, you know, it's what I'm used to. You, on the other hand, you get some offense in the Big 12. You're an Oklahoma fan, soon to be an SEC fan. So
Yeah, I guess. God, I'm gonna be like such a boomer soon. I'm gonna be like, remember back when Oklahoma was in the Big 12? Like, oh my God.
this is true.
Remember when there were conferences in college football?
Remember when regions and natural rivalries mattered? Those were the days. Once again, thank you to everyone that's tuning in. I'm Colverks, Nebraska fan, here with Oklahoma fan Brevicle, as the famous Big Ten commercial is played on an ESPN network. The irony is intense. Of course, Michigan's logo pops up in Metro Detroit. The Wolverines.
This might be the last time we see this commercial.
This is true. We will not see it often. For the Big Ten is, of course, expanding to the West Coast. Oregon, USC, UCLA will join the 14 current Big Ten teams, along with Washington, who will play in the playoff later today against Texas. Stick with us. We'll be covering that game as well. Likely less than an hour to go in this game before one member will go to the national championship. It's sorry if you can hear my cat in the background. She's making a lot of noise. Unfortunately, we are not live at the Rose Bowl. But what you gonna do?
Yeah, I don't think we're
quite that high
we're there.
No.
Yeah.
I made all these graphics from scratch, and they are very raw. Like, they look okay, but the execution and how I get them to work, yeah, it's pretty rough, and I think it'd make a lot of actual video designers upset, but hey, it works. Of course, ESPN showing the student sections. A lot of young Alabama and Michigan folks made the way out to Pasadena for this one. That is a high pass. Could have been dangerous, as I forgot to give Michigan the ball. I think I've been kind of bad about that, showing who has the ball. So it is Michigan bar, as indicated.
Been a lot of changes of possessions.
Yeah. There's been so many punts, and it's a very defensive game. And I don't think anyone's surprised by that. I think we're surprised by the way it's been, how it's looked like Michigan has been the better team. They've just made mistakes. But I don't think a 13-10 score at this point in the game would have surprised anyone. McCarthy, handoff. Up the gut, couple yards. 3rd and 8. Do you reach into the bag of tricks soon if you're Jim Harbaugh? Is that crossing your mind? Would you consider...
I think he's already tried to do that.
He did reach deep down the playbook earlier. We saw almost kind of like a reverse flea flicker in a way.
We also saw the Wildcat attempted pass that didn't go anywhere, so they've had mixed results. And that is off the target, and it'll be another punt.
I think you're a couple seconds ahead of me on the stream. You're saying that was off target and he hadn't even snapped it yet, and I'm like, what on earth? Once again, thank you to everyone that's joining us. If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to like and subscribe. It helps us out. And that was right through the hands of Morgan.
Just right through the hands.
Yeah. That was not great by the wide receiver. You can tell J.J. McCarthy is disappointed. Michigan will punt with the kicker at his own end zone. Alabama plays conservative, does not bring the heat. This is going to be decent field position. Out at their own 46. 54 yards out. Alabama is going to have an opportunity to go down the field and take the lead with good field position. Now remember, we have Washington and Texas later. Washington last won a championship in 1992. Texas 2005, Michigan 1997, which was a split title. I believe Washington's was also a split title. The last time Michigan had an undisputed championship was 1948. So it has been a long time. Since then, they've only had that one disputed championship with Nebraska. For Michigan, this is a big deal. This is getting that headlining piece for the program, putting up a banner saying, hey, we are back and we are the big dogs in the Big Ten. We did what Ohio State did in 2014. And how poetic would that be? The playoff would start with an Ohio State Big Ten championship, and it could end with a Michigan championship, also bringing it home for the Big Ten. And something else that's notable, if Alabama is kicked out of the playoffs in this game, we are guaranteed to have a champion that has never occurred in the history of the college football playoff. In fact, Alabama is the only team in the playoff this year that has ever won a playoff game. If they are immediately eliminated, that would guarantee that we see something we have not seen before in the championship game. And I can't wait. It's going to be interesting, especially seeing how this Washington-Texas game goes.
Yep. I think the Washington-Texas game will be a bit higher scoring than this one.
I think that they are saving the points for that one. If you're thinking of this, I know you hate Texas, you're an Oklahoma fan, so think of this from Washington's perspective. If you win, would you rather play Michigan or Alabama?
I think Alabama, honestly, because they seem less likely to be able to to stay with you in a shootout.
I agree with that. But
their defense honestly looks worse right now.
But Washington still doesn't have a great defense, and if there is nobody better at preparing for big games than Nick Saban, I would say Michigan. I think that while Michigan, coming into this game, I picked Michigan, you picked Alabama. I thought Michigan was going to win because I seriously just think they're the more talented football team. That being said, I think coaching has a huge impact. Nobody coaches better than Nick Saban in big moments. And so for that reason, I'd say Michigan, but I think either way, you're getting a tough matchup to try and win a championship.
Yeah. I think either way, the winner of this game will probably be favored over the winner of the other game.
I think that's absolutely true. Could it be Alabama? Jalen Milroe trying to say yes, it will, as he lowers the shoulder from 9 yards. And a good pickup on first down.
It's just a little read option here. Gets the outside, outruns. No one sets the edge on Michigan. And it takes a safety coming all the way down. Stop him just short of the first.
And more motion for Alabama. Handoff. A steady dose of running. They're inside the 40. What do we have here? Alabama making plays. We are now down to 3 minutes. I haven't updated the clock in a little while. Again, that is just there for reference. That is not accurate. It is just there to give you a general idea of what the situation is. We'll let you know. It is first down at the Michigan 38 with 2:45 and counting to go in the third quarter. The sun is setting in Pasadena, one of the most beautiful settings in sports. And Milroe escapes! Milroe! The escape artist! The X Factor is there, and this might be the most promising drive today for the Crimson Tide as he finds a way to break through a tenacious rush defense for Michigan, getting a first down. Or was he marked short? I didn't see. Oh, okay, it is a first down. Milroe, handoff. And he'll get a few. Who is their secondary running back? I keep...
Haynes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was having a brain fart there. Sorry if you could hear my typing there. Second and 7. Jalen Milroe looking. Jalen Milroe check down. First down. Inside the 20. Alabama has reached the red zone. And I believe that is for the first time today. Did they get into the red zone on their field goal?
I don't think they ever did.
So there you go. This is the best drive so far. There it is. First play in red zone today. This is, without a doubt, Alabama's first drive because it's got a chance to end in a touchdown. Their only other touchdown came on a breakaway running play after a takeaway. Milroe, another man in motion. And he's going to keep it. It was an option. He decides to run it. No chance.
Might have had a little cutback lane there, but he decides to take it outside, and Michigan does a good job of setting the edge there.
The clock continues to drain. There is a reality where this is the last snap of the third quarter at the Rose Bowl game. The final college football playoff semifinal at the Rose Bowl under a 4-team playoff. Milroe. And there's a flag, and this is going to be a false start. Alabama's going to get pushed back. It'll be second and 15 with 15 seconds left in the third, and Nick Saban is clearly upset once again. He shakes his head as you can't move once you set your feet. Number 52 on the O-line makes a subtle movement, and it's going to cost him. That's going to end the third quarter. We go to the fourth quarter in Pasadena. 7-7 after 1. 13-10 after 2. No score in the third. Alabama, their best drive today. Who's going to get a chance to play for a national title against Washington or Texas? We'll find out in 15 minutes of game time. We'll take one last break before the fourth quarter. See you in 2 minutes.
What? Hello? Um, I think Bama gets it done in the clutch. Yep. Down to the 2-yard line. Yeah, you gotta sustain a drive here if you're Michigan.
I just realized I've had my mic muted again. How long have I had my mic muted? I if it covered up that touchdown, I'm gonna be angry, and I'm sorry to anyone if that's the case. As McCarthy is gonna be hit, that ball is jarred free. Once again, I want to thank everyone that's tuning in. Of course, we can't actually show the game live, but feel free to listen along, and we'll give you updates. It's going to be 3rd and 9 for McCarthy. He took a shot from an Alabama defensive lineman at the end of the play there. Again, sorry about all the difficulties. We've been scrambling at times today. It's been kind of a mess. So, sorry about that. Hopefully the second game goes a bit better. As McCarthy, under heat, he's going to let it fly short. It's dropped! Edwards couldn't get it. He likely wasn't going to get the first down regardless. And that is a huge play for Alabama. There's no doubt the Crimson Tide possess all of the momentum now. Can they close it out? And that is right through the breadbasket of Edwards. So what do you think? Do you think there's any chance that if Michigan doesn't get a stop on this next drive, that they can come back and win it?
I don't think so. They need a stop on this drive. At least hold them to a field goal on this drive.
You know, this is where the extra point that they muffed! And there's a miss! Muffed punt! Potentially. No, it was quickly gathered up. I did not expect that. I apologize for the sudden outburst. Oh boy. This is intense. That could have been near disaster for the Tide. They're going to retain it. We're going to take one more break. Stick with us. We'll see you on the other side. And we are back. It's coming down to the wire in Pasadena. This is the first time all season the Michigan Wolverines have trailed in a ball game. In the second half, I should clarify. Important distinction. In the second half. They have trailed before. Now in the second half, en route to their undefeated season. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I know we've had some... I went back and realized that for that last touchdown, my mic was muted. I'm sorry, there have been just... We've had some big blunders so far this game, and so I am sincerely apologetic for that if this is, your source for the game. Of course, we've always got our animated scoreboard there. Won't happen again. So, thank you for everyone for sticking with us. And, of course, the Sugar Bowl is coming up right after this. Michigan's sideline gets loud. They need a stop with 13:32 to go in the fourth. We'll go ahead and update the time. Milrow. Short pass. And he's got a lot of space. A whole lot of space. First down. Onto the Michigan sideline. And past midfield, Alabama seems to have found their rhythm.
We'll see if Michigan can get a stop here. If not, I do not like their chances in this game.
I know there's still a decent amount of time left and they have all 3 timeouts, but I feel like if Alabama gets anything north of a field goal here, it's curtains. And another handoff. No, it's a keeper. Milrow keeps it. He stumbles and loses the football.
Out,
It's recovered
and Michigan's got it.
by the Michigan Wolverines. Only the first or second turnover all game, and it's Michigan football. A huge mistake. And just like that, the Wolverines get what they called for.
Milrow looking like he lost his balance again. This happened earlier in the game, and then number 28 just gets his hand in there.
It's ripped out. It's recovered by Wallace. Good thinking to quickly hop on that football. He made the play that could potentially save Michigan's undefeated season. Only their second time ever reaching the 13-win mark. They're looking to hit 14, and they're looking to play in their first ever national championship. They have not won a championship since the creation of the BCS or the CFP. It has always been a poll vote that has led to their championship. There is a great play on the outside. Another short pass, but a whole lot of space to roam. Free territory to graze. That is an excellently drawn up play to use a wide receiver to pull away the defense. Here's another shot, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Number 2 for Alabama blows it up. Jalen Milrow talking with his offensive coordinator. Back up in the booth. The snap will come with roughly 12 minutes to go in this Rose Bowl game. J.J. McCarthy. It's a pitch. It's a pitch back. He loses the football. They went
Just
for
a little
the
out of rhythm there.
They went with the flea flicker. We were talking about this earlier, how Jim Harbaugh likely going to reach into his bag of tricks late. He does there, and it is blown up. Not by Alabama, but by poor execution. Maybe a little bit more sauce on the pitchback from Corum could have helped McCarthy, but he just couldn't get his hands on it, let alone set his feet for a downhill pass. 3rd and 17. McCarthy, swing pass.
Trying to
And
get back in field goal range, and I think they will.
he's at the 31. Do you try a 49-yarder? Remember, they did not get an extra point earlier because their snapper launched it over the kick holder's hands.
I think it was under actually, but
No. Not bad. I've got 4 screens growing. I'm trying to control a lot. Here's a 49-yard attempt. Alabama gets their crowd pumped up. And no good. He hooked it left, and this will stay a 4-point game. Michigan cannot cash in the turnover from Jalen Milrow.
and that's been the difference today. If you make both of those 2 kicks, it's a tie game.
The woes on special teams have been disastrous for Michigan. There are three phases in a football game. There's offense, there's defense, and there's special teams. They have arguably been the better team in two of those three phases. Arguably the two most important phases when it comes to on-field product. The one they struggled with is special teams. Just think. They have now left 4 points on the board, or off the board. An extra point and a field goal. They have also botched a kick, or a punt return, that led to Alabama's first touchdown and arguably one of their only good drives on offense today. And now you got to think that any field goal on an ensuing drive for Michigan is off the table. I mean, they've now screwed up 2 kicks. They've now just completely not done anything on special teams. And now they're at the point where a field goal won't do them much in terms of point differential anyways. I mean, just think of how massive that was. You make it a 1-point game. Alabama's going to have worse field position after you boot it away. And a touchdown for Alabama makes it an 8-point advantage. But the
Still a one-possession game.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I was losing my words here. I feel like I struggle to keep my mind straight because there's so much I'm going on. Like, you're just here for the ride. Like, I'm the one controlling the scoreboard and stuff, which I'm glad you're here because you help keep me straight. But, again, I'm sorry to anyone if it seems a little off my rocker. It has now been revealed that Bevo is at the Sugar Bowl, and of course, his bucket to use the restroom in has a giant Oklahoma logo on it. What are your thoughts on this, Brevical?
I
don't know. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it.
Well,
What I do want to talk about is Michigan, Alabama.
well, you're going to be talking about Texas soon. Just think, if Corum just doesn't screw up that pitch back, I don't know. Do you think that was JJ McCarthy or Blake Corum's fault?
That's on the pressure. The rhythm was all off because the Alabama linebacker got in there, so Corum was forced to pitch it earlier than he wanted to.
Here's a handoff. Jace McClellan. Decent gain on first down. This game has been relatively clean. Not a whole lot of penalties so far. Of course, that is subject to change. We have only had two turnovers, one for each team. Of course, the costliest is Michigan's on the muffed punt, which led to 7 of Alabama's 17 points. As it holds, I could be wrong about this, but if this score were to hold 17-13, it'd be the lowest scoring college football playoff semifinal to date. I could be incorrect about that, but Jace McClellan stays on his feet. What a run! Breaking tackles past midfield. Michigan might just need another takeaway.
You got to think Michigan needs a big play on defense here, a sack or a takeaway to be able to turn the momentum back.
That's just a missed tackle. I mean, he tried to jar the ball loose, but in the process, he ended up giving up a whole lot of yards. I mean, you maybe force a 3rd and 1 there if you make that tackle. Alabama puts a man in motion, and they're going with long coverage on the near side. Instead, Alabama will throw the screen far. Michigan desperately trying to pry that ball loose. They know their season's on the line. They have to get the ball back. Alas, they cannot corral it. 2nd and 7. .8:30 to go in this ball game. The Alabama faithful cautiously optimistic with their chances right now. It was a low snap. Milrose got it. Milrose got a lane. Milroe holds on to the football this time, and it's going to be, based on the spot, about a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, potentially a season-changing play with only 8 minutes to go in the Rose Bowl game.
And potentially 4 down territory here from the 41, depending on how much you trust your kicker here.
You have to think, though, if you could punt it, because if you pin them deep, Michigan has not had a good offensive drive in quarters at this point, and at least 30 minutes of game time. It depends on how this play goes. It's an end around, and it'll work to perfection. Michigan continues to try to punch that ball out. It fails. And the rat poison is slowly killing Michigan. I believe that was Justice Haynes on the carry there. On the jet sweep, the running back will carry it. We've got Laundry on the field. And this is going to be a legal substitution on Alabama. A critical error in the Rose Bowl. You cannot make those mistakes. Nick Saban is obviously furious.
And it's not a mistake you see from Nick Saban teams all that often.
That has been the reason this game has went the way it is. There have been so many plays, good and bad for both teams, that have been dictated by big mistakes. It might just be 5 yards, but it could be the difference between a field goal and no field goal. As there's a short pass, blown up. Big hit on Jermaine Burton. Number 3 on the defense tackles, number 3 on the offense. This clock continues to drain. Every second that passes is disappointment and nervousness for the Michigan faithful and the many who made the travel all the way out to Pasadena, California. Under 6:30 to go. Milroe fakes a handoff. Short pass. And he'll get about 4. It'll be 3rd and 10.
At the 30-yard line, so they are well within field goal range now. Or, well, not well within, but decently within field goal range. But you got to think holding them to a field goal would be a win here for Michigan's defense. Third and 9. Huge play. Michigan needs a stop.
They're going to snap it with roughly 5:30 to go.
Play clock winding down. Milroe dropping back under pressure and sacked. Michigan brought pressure and it pays off. And it's going to make the field goal a lot harder.
Potentially a season-defining play there. 4th and 14, a 4-yard loss for Alabama. I mean, you could just see they stack the box, they get after him, the pocket immediately collapses. Milroe was looking downfield for potentially a dagger. And this is going to be a long kick for Will Reichard. He made a 50-yarder. He's one of the best kickers in the history of Alabama football. But a 52-yarder in the Rose Bowl is no gimme. Can he make it? The answer is yes! He got it!
Would have been good from 65.
I think that number might be inflated, although he had a whole lot of power on it. And that's going to give Alabama a 7-point lead. Now, here's the question.
Time for the Michigan offense now.
Here's the question. And it's on my mind. It might be on a few other people's mind. If you're Michigan, there's about 5 minutes left. You've got to go down and score a touchdown at this point. There's really no other way about it. And do you go for 2 for the win in that situation?
I think it depends on how much time's left at that point.
See, what do you elaborate on that?
I think if there's more than 2 minutes left, I don't think you can, because you give Alabama way too much time.
This is true. Although they could go down and kick a field goal anyways. They just won't have as much, impetus to do so.
Yeah. I don't know. You need to take clock. You either have to score quick or you got to take clock off the clock.
Well, you've got to drain the clock, I think is what you meant there.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't hate Michigan's odds in overtime because, overtime is dictated by big plays, and they have been the team that has been generating sacks on defense, and sacks are drive killers, especially in overtime.
Correct. I think overtime could work well, but part of my worry though is, Michigan's missed 2 kicks today. It could be 20-17 easily. And plus, if they don't muff a punt on special teams, it could be, 17-13 them in this case. Well, Alabama probably would have went for it there, or played a little bit differently. But still, this game is very different if just a few mistakes are cleaned up for Michigan. And if Michigan ends up losing, I guarantee you those fans, they're going to know that they're that close to potentially a national championship, and they blew it. Hey, but how about this? Under the lights, sunset in Pasadena, the granddaddy of them all, they say, is this bowl game. And Alabama is holding on with a Michigan team that can absolutely come back and win this game. It's what you want. We've seen so many years where the playoff games have been terrible. Maybe this is the only good game we'll get. But
since Texas is going to lose by 80.
Well, that's because you're an Oklahoma fan and you're going to think that regardless. But here's the good news, is if the game does become 20-19 and Michigan goes for 2, there's no chance there will be a controversial play or a controversial ref call when the score is 20-19 with the team going for 2 late in the game. That is
from Michigan.
That has not happened in a football game in at least 2 days. So I think we're good there.
Yep.
ESPN.
Oh, they did the thing. Gosh darn it.
ESPN's gonna pull the classic, kick it off, have it be a touchback, and then go to commercial. But I guess that gives me an opportunity to give Michigan the ball. So how about that? We don't see these exciting games that mean this much in college football very often. If Michigan doesn't go down the field and win, that's it. Their season's over. And, in the NFL, because there's a bigger playoff and it's just structured differently, there's a lot more plays that are go one way or another and that define a team's season. In college football, you don't have that. I feel like there's not as many times where there's a 2-point conversion on the line, and if you get it, you win. If you don't, you lose, and that's your season. Just because there's always more games. It could be your chances at winning a championship on the line, but not the final play of your season. And so the chance that we could have a moment like that right here, this is going to be one wild finish in Pasadena.
You could also argue, though, that it matters less in the NFL during the regular season because you can lose games and still, be the best team in the NFL.
Exactly, and that's a great point. I mean, there's like the Lions the other day. I'm a Lions fan, so it pained me to make that joke earlier about no bad ref calls on 2-point conversions, but it's the truth. Like, the Lions could still win the Super Bowl. Like, I'm still angry about it. I know it was the wrong call. I think the Lions should have won that game. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. The Lions could still go out and win a Super Bowl. Their path's going to be tougher because they're a lower seed, but it's still on the line. In college football, you don't have those options. So maybe the regular season means a little bit more in college football, but in the NFL, the postseason is a little bit more exciting, in my opinion. Now,
Yeah.
this is all going to be changing next year when college football goes to more of a pro style kind of playoff, the 12-team playoff, which I think we're all excited for. I think there are some downsides, but I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Like, compared to
I
what
think
we're
it's
seeing here?
for me it's the only part of this whole new stuff that doesn't have a downside.
I agree with that. I feel like a lot of the realignment, a lot of the transfer portal, a lot of these differences, they've got a lot of negatives attached to them. Some positives, but a lot of negatives. I feel like the 12-team playoff, while it will minimize some regular season games, you're still playing for home field advantage. Like, in the NFL, even though the Lions are still making the playoff, and I know they can still win the championship, my point I just had still stands. That game still meant something. It still was the difference between having home field advantage or not. And so I think the crowd that says that we won't get that in college football might be wrong. There's a run from Blake Corum, 5 yards. Michigan on the prowl. Clock will stop with 4:35. J.J. McCarthy only has one career win when coming back in the fourth quarter. That was against Illinois in 2022. The broadcast just showed that. A come-from-behind win in the fourth quarter. What's ironic is I was at that game at the Big House between Michigan and Illinois. I'm trying to go to every Big Ten stadium, and my stop to go see the Big House was that classic. That was an awesome game to go to. So I think that's ironic that they brought that up because I was there.
Yeah.
Um,
But you're gonna have fun going to Oregon and Washington.
oh yeah, well,
That might
it,
just be a little bit more difficult to get
yeah,
over to.
it'll be harder too. But I can't wait to go to the in between the rivers in Seattle, or go and see that big mighty Oregon sign at Oregon. Their video board is insane. Uh, but here's a big play. I've kind of been sidetracked. We've been having a good conversation, but it's 32 for Michigan with 3:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Potentially a season on the line. You got to think fourth down territory as they'll put a wide receiver in motion. And he'll fake the forward pitch. McCarthy sets his feet, throws. It's tipped in the air and incomplete. Now decision time for the top-ranked team in the country.
I don't think there's a decision here. I think you gotta go for it.
They've got all 3 timeouts, though. Are you sure? Their defense has played good.
They haven't though.
I mean, holding an Alabama team to 20 points, only 13 not
going.
off play.
The analytics says to go. I say to go.
For
Michigan
the record,
says to go.
For the record, I think they need to go, but I don't know. It's 4th and 2. Everything on the line for the Wolverines to remain unbeaten. McCarthy, he's got an open man
Easy
on the
throw.
screen. Everywhere to run. Gets a block down the field to the 32. Flags fly. This will likely be for a blindside block. It's going to push them back. Either way, it's a big pickup. First down, Wolverines.
Just a complete bust in coverage from Alabama, wide open. They were trying to do the same thing on that third down play, the play previous. Alabama covered it, but they didn't cover it that time.
So there's a conversation going on. I believe they're talking about a block in the back. I think this is going to be coming back, but it's still going to be a first down. It's on Roman Wilson. And so that's a killer right there. That was a lot of yardage you just lost. They are still calling it a first down, correct? I don't have sound on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just making sure. Remember, I'm a little bit behind too because the way I have my thing set up, I can't hear what they're saying, which in some ways is better for me, but in this case, it's a little bit worse, and that is very clearly a block in the back. Either way, though, Michigan has it at an even midfield, under the lights in Pasadena. What do you do here? 5 wideouts.
I think you still got a lot of time. I think you need to drain some more clock.
McCarthy
Keep
fakes
it
it
moving.
to Corum. McCarthy trying to become a Michigan legend. Down to the 33.
And that might have been a late hit there, but no flag coming out. They've been letting him play today.
They have been letting him play, and given that, I think it was the right call, but I don't blame Michigan fans for being upset on that one. And you know, a lot of these Michigan fans are also going to be fans of the Detroit Lions. And yeah, I think given what we've seen this year in college football, that's absolutely a late hit out of bounds.
I think the initial hit was fine, but when he pushed him to the ground on that little second push, that should have been called. From the 34, 2.5 minutes left. Do or die for Michigan. Play action. McCarthy looking deep. Tipped at the line, and it's still
Oh my God!
Making one man miss down inside the 10, and he's out of bounds at the 6-yard line with 2:10 left. Still a lot of time left.
Roman Wilson! What a play! He went for the deep ball. He had a man open. This could have been a touchdown, but in a way it could be better, because if they still score, they've got a chance to drain more clock.
Alabama choosing not to spend timeouts just yet. Under 2 minutes left.
The last college football playoff semifinal to go to overtime was the 2017-2018 Rose Bowl, which was the last time the semifinal came to Pasadena. Timeout Michigan as they look to take some clock away. Or was that timeout Alabama? I couldn't see.
I think that was a timeout Michigan.
Yeah, that's what makes sense. This was tipped. I think it was still supposed to go to Roman Wilson. It just became a tougher catch, but that is why he is such a great player.
Very lucky tip as well. Kept the spiral on the ball perfectly.
Wow.
Made it a very catchable ball, even if he had to go up and get it.
That catch, that throw, and the ability to adjust under adversity is the exact reason why this is the #1 team in the country currently. That could very well change in a matter of 5 minutes, but we'll see. Still, I mean, you gotta give credit to the Alabama defensive player. He didn't know that his tip was still gonna be caught. And for all we know, it could have been even more yardage if he didn't tip that. That is still a great play that Turner won't get as much credit for simply because he didn't end up getting the ball on the ground or intercepted. Can't turn it over here, though. That's the most important part for Michigan. Handoff. Blake Corum. Steady dose of the run game. And it's a yard. The clock continues to churn. And that question continues to creep up for Michigan. Do you go for 2? And the opportunity...
And it was actually Alabama who spent the timeout. And he is going to take another one. So trying to preserve clock.
Nick Saban.
For a potential field goal winner.
Nick Saban is a seasoned head coach. He knows what he needs to do, and he wants to get the ball back in the hands of Jalen Milroe. And knowing Will Reichert, he could definitely make a big play. Oh, you know the irony, if this game does go to overtime, and Michigan... or it's the first overtime playoff game since that Oklahoma-Georgia game, which was the last time the Rose Bowl hosted a playoff game. The reason for that, if anyone's curious, is in 2020, the Rose Bowl was supposed to host the playoff game. However, it was moved to Dallas, so still technically hosted by the Rose Bowl because they brought those people over, but it wasn't held in Pasadena. So we haven't gotten a playoff game at the historic Rose Bowl in... what is that, like 6 or 7 years? 6 years? So, 7 years. Technically, that's a touchdown, Michigan. Now what do you call?
Yet again, Alabama loses a man in the flat. And yet again, it results in a Michigan touchdown.
Roman Wilson makes the play, and I think you got to take the one in this situation. You still have 3 timeouts, so in theory, it is not over.
It's nowhere near over.
Even if you somehow miss this extra point like they did earlier, it's not over. And I forgot to play the graphics, so there we go. But, again, Michigan did get an extra point earlier. Can they get this one? Yes, they can!
Hold good, up and good.
We are tied in Pasadena. They call it the granddaddy of them all in reference to bowl games for a reason. There is no greater setting in all of college football. There is no greater game in all of college football. And this is living up to the hype. Alabama's going to have 1 timeout and a chance to go and head back to the national championship for the second time since the 2021-2022 season. The reason why I said 7 years earlier is because I couldn't remember between now and the 2017-18 season. Is because I couldn't remember, it's the first of 2024. Happy New Year, everybody. In case I haven't said that yet. The reason why, I debated that is because obviously that game could have been 2017. Although I think it was the first day of 2018. So how about that? I think it's been exactly 6 years since Oklahoma lost a heartbreaker to Georgia. How does that make you feel?
Pretty awful.
Well, that's fair. Hey, at least Texas could avenge your Big 12 loss later. Am I right?
No. No.
Imagine that. This game goes to overtime exactly.
Well, TCU already did, all right? They won a playoff game.
But they didn't do it exactly 6 years after the last one. So.
Well, they did it exactly 5 years, right?
No, because that was December 31st last year.
Oh, my God.
So, that was actually in 2022. Well, Will Reichard's going to warm up the leg. Alabama's at the 25. I saw earlier the crowd is about 60% Michigan. It's about 100% loud. That makes no sense, but what you gonna do? Jalen Milroe, first down, looking around. He's gonna step up. He can run, and he runs here, and he'll be brought down at the 32-yard line, second and 3. Running clock, 80 seconds to go. Only 1 timeout for the Tide.
And you gotta think they want to save that timeout for a field goal attempt late.
Hurry up. And it's a short pass, and Jace McClellan is in bounds. They say no. But the clock
should
stops
stop
anyways.
either way.
That's correct. Yep. I forgot that because we are beyond 2 minutes now, the clock will stop after every first down, according to the new rules in college football. So it is at 1:11. ESPN just
It looks like they
adjusted their
ruled him
clock.
out of bounds because it is not running.
A brief stoppage for Alabama at their own 37. And Milroe looking. That ball is deflected. I thought it might have popped off his chest and into the air. It harmlessly falls to the ground. Second and 10. 66 seconds left. And I'm going to try and update this time for anyone that's scurrying into the live stream. I'm going to try and update that as much as possible down the stretch here. What do you think Will Reichard's max is in this situation?
Dude, like I was saying earlier, if there's like 1 second left, you trot him out there for like a 65.
Alright, but what about a
think he
kick
could hit it.
6? You gotta remember that.
I think he has the leg. I think he has the leg.
For a 65, you're crazy. If that one goes out of bounds, this is 3rd and 10 for Jalen Milroe. I don't think he's got a leg for a 65-yarder. I think he's got enough leg to where you might as well try it. Because I still think there's a greater chance he makes it of him winning the game on that.
Imagine it's a kick 6 and it happens to Bama twice.
Now, you got to be careful. Michigan has 3 timeouts. They could get the ball back. Harbaugh knows this. McCarthy is hopeful. This sideline is going nuts. The Rose Bowl is going nuts. 1:01 to go. Milroe, short pass. It's caught. And he's trucked. Nowhere
Clock
to
is
go.
running. Will Michigan use a timeout? Clock's still running. Michigan not using a timeout, and now
And
they will.
there they do.
with 52 seconds.
So we'll see where they're gonna put it. There is currently it says 52. I'll adjust that if ESPN changes their clock. It is 4th and 4 for Alabama. Michigan's gonna get the ball back. You can't go for it here. That's too risky. What a game! This is the first time we've live streamed the playoff semifinals, and this has been an insane game. Michigan is looking for their first ever playoff win after the heartbreaker to TCU last year in an attempted comeback, and the domination by Georgia the year before, especially in that first half at the Orange Bowl.
This is gonna be the first game we've live streamed that Georgia has not won.
That's Northwestern won one. Remember when we did that
Oh,
Nebraska
that's true.
game?
That's true. I forgot about that one. Screen limit. What? There's okay.
Was there an issue with your live stream?
There was. He muffed the punt. Eddie's down at the 1. So you can say goodbye.
All right, for some
To
reason,
me-
I am way behind you. He hasn't even punted it yet.
Yeah, because I had to refresh and it put me back to live.
Oh, that could have been a safety. Did they rule it a safety?
They didn't rule it a safety on the field, but I'm sure we'll look at this.
Holy crap. They haven't started reviewing it yet on my end. Do you remember how much time I was behind you so we can get synced up?
Sure. What is on your screen right now?
They're showing a fan that's angry. Now they're going to replay. Was this a safety?
Okay, I think I'm close. Ooh, I think his forward progress is at the 1.
His forward progress, no, that's at the 1. It is so close. The irony is that this would be the first safety ever on a live stream. This is also the first time I've ever not made a safety graphic for a score. But
Corum will get it out though.
yeah, they still have to get it out. You know that Iowa is praying for a safety here, and he's gonna get out of there. Do we go to overtime, or does Nick Saban call timeout to try and force them to snap it again? They're gonna say overtime. This game is over, or at least for regulation. We're going to overtime, folks. For the first time ever on one of our live streams, we're gonna have overtime.
Here we go.
Under the lights in Pasadena. The bad news is that the other game starts in about 18 minutes. Kickoff will be 10 minutes after, so 28 minutes.
I'm definitely gonna be late to that then, depending on how long this goes, because I need to like shower and everything. And Bama will call a timeout with 1 second left.
They're gonna make him run a play. This is
now the clock
interesting.
says 12.
Oh, apparently they called it earlier. Alright, there's 12 seconds left. Michigan's got the ball. I think I failed to move it back to Alabama a little bit ago. If you guys are enjoying the stream, I know it's been kind of a mess at times, but I do thank everyone for sticking with me. If you have enjoyed it, feel free to leave a like and subscribe, as ESPN is going over the play that put Michigan in this situation that nearly could have been a game-winning safety for Alabama. And for the first time we did a stream, like I said earlier, I didn't make a safety graphic if a team scores one, which is kind of disappointing because, you know, I'd finally have it. I think his knee went down anyways before the ball crossed the line, and so it wouldn't have been a safety anyways. But if you're Michigan, you just want to get this down cleanly.
And they will. They'll just kneel it down.
I think you're about 2 seconds ahead of me now.
1, 2. Okay. It should be even now. Tell me when. I don't know why the clock's not running.
I think they just.
Oh, Michigan took a timeout.
Now, why would you do this?
Why would you do that?
There is still time on this clock.
And now the clock is back to 12 again. What is
Are they
happening?
saying something on the broadcast?
No, they're just as confused as we are.
What is going on? apparently we're redoing second and... I don't have sound on, by the way, everyone tuning in. We have most people in the chat all day today. Thanks for tuning in, as they're going to quickly need this. I have no idea what just happened. Because of my setup here, I'm controlling a lot of things at once. I don't know what happened there. What I do know is we are going to overtime, as there's a little bit of a jarring on the field. We're going to overtime at Pasadena. So I guess I'll just set the clock to 0. I didn't make an overtime graphic, but...
Can you just change the text box on fourth quarter to
I
overtime?
can, but I don't know what to do with the 0. It's kind of...
I guess you keep it at 0.
Alright, we're going to take a really quick break, everybody. We will be right back for the start of overtime in just a few minutes, including the coin toss, which I'm sure is going to be... Oh boy, this is going to be exciting. Alright, we are back. For anyone still tuning in with us, this has been quite the contest. I'm just kind of hanging in there. They're going to do the coin toss. This is important, potentially. Not as important as an NFL coin toss, but... I mean, can you script this any better? We finally get the playoff back at the Rose Bowl, and we're going to overtime between two of the most historic programs in college football. We're going to let you know who wins the coin toss. And Alabama's won the toss. I don't have sound on. Do you know who won? I feel like I've said that so much. Hello?
Hi.
Do you know who's going to get the ball?
Michigan will get the ball first.
Alrighty then.
Michigan hasn't played an overtime game in 3 years.
That is quite the stretch. And it was a win at Rutgers. I remember that game because it was awful. So Michigan will start with the ball, which makes sense. It's Alabama won the toss. I'm going to put in that time column, I'm going to say Bama, or
Bama ball next.
yeah, I might have to shrink it. So you could see my score bug. I spent so much time on this. The one thing I did not have ready was what would happen if we got to overtime.
Overtime.
Jason McCarthy puts a guy in motion. It's a handoff. Steady dose of Blake Corum. Steady dose of Blake Corum. He's got more yardage. Bouncing off would-be tacklers.
For 8 yards.
Yards. Hey, that was an electric run, and I am fired up. This is by far the best game I've ever reacted to live. The good news about me because I had everything perfectly evened up there with my time, but the good news is that when we go to the Washington, Texas score bug, it'll still be all lined up because that's a different thing. So I could screw with that
Corum
text all I
with
want.
space. Corum, that might have been a face mask, but he's in anyways.
Touchdown, Michigan! I think you're still a couple seconds ahead of me. But that's a good call. You did well. Wow.
Only 2 plays, and they keep it on the ground in overtime. But now at the extra point, which has not been a gimme today.
Correct. Did you move back a couple seconds where you should be even
Yeah,
out?
I did. I did.
This extra point is up and good. Michigan 27, Alabama 20.
So now can Jalen Miller respond?
He's got to get at least 7 points to keep the game going, 8 to win it from the 25-yard line. If you don't know the overtime rules, I guess I should have explained that. Basically what's going to happen is both teams get a possession from the opposing team's 25-yard line. So 5 yards out from the red zone, 25 yards out from the end zone. So very short field. And each team gets a possession. Whoever's winning after those 2 possessions, that team will win the game. If it's still tied, we repeat this going into second overtime. The only difference is in second overtime, you are not allowed to go for an extra point. You have to go for 2. And so, which is different than the last time the Rose Bowl went to overtime back in that 2017-18 Classic. Which, not a classic for Brevicole, who is an Oklahoma fan, but a classic nonetheless. Milrow is going to fake a handoff. He's going to throw short. It's for nothing. No yardage off the screen. 2nd and 10. I guess, what do I change this Bama ball next thing to? This is, I don't know, final
know.
possession. It's kind of the least of the concerns right now. We've got quite a game going on.
Don't think anyone cares.
I guess I'll just put first and final possession from now on, like if we go to overtime again.
Yeah.
2nd and 9. Another man in motion. He'll fake the forward pitch.
Milrow
hops on his horse to the 8. 1st and goal, Alabama. And now, if you're Nick Saban, because you've got to get a touchdown regardless, do you think they'd go for 2?
I don't think they will.
You think they play for double overtime?
I think they play for double overtime.
This gets exciting. 3rd overtime is different, so if you're new to overtime rules, we'll explain those once we get there. But I've explained 1st and 2nd overtime, so we've covered our bases there. Milrow, it was kind of an awkward snap. He'll hand it off, and it won't go for anything. So the 2nd straight opening play on a set of downs for Alabama goes for nothing. Yeah, that was a snap on the side. It looked like Milrow was expecting it to be low. He was still able to cleanly give it to Jace McClellan, who maybe got a yard depending on the spot. I haven't seen it. Again, 60% of this crowd, based on based on projections, said that 60% of this crowd is Michigan. And you gotta imagine, it is loud at the Rose Bowl, and that is a loud play there. The D-line gets to him again. 3rd and goal and a long way out.
And here we go. Flashbacks of Auburn for
Correct.
Alabama.
I mean, clearly the play here for Alabama is to take a knee back to the 31-yard line.
Exactly.
See what they can do there. The Washington-Texas game is scheduled to start in 6 minutes, so I'm curious what's going to happen with that. I believe kickoff is scheduled for 8:55 Eastern. So we'll keep you updated there. We will stay on this game until it is over. Jalen Milroe, looking, critical play. One of the most important of his career, and he delivers. Jermaine Burton to the 3, and his leg twisted awkwardly there, and he is hurting clearly. He's able to get up, but he's got a limp. He was tackled awkwardly there.
Now 4th and goal for the game, and Burton will not be in the game, most likely.
I can't tell if it's a cramp or what. His leg completely folded over from what
Looks
I
like
saw.
it's just a cramp.
Let's hope so, because that's Alabama's biggest playmaker. Oh, gosh. His leg got completely twisted. Wow. His ankle. That is not a great look. Jermaine Burton is hurting. And he is down. And this is insane because this is 4th and goal from the 4. That's arguably one of, if not their best wide receiver. They are 4 yards away from potentially tying up this game. But they need to get it here. Barring a defensive penalty, it's 4th and goal. The good news is this will get, well, there's not much good news, and you hate to see a player get injured, of course. But the one small silver lining for Alabama is this is going to give them plenty of time to decide their 4th down play.
You gotta think Saban would have spent his timeout if that didn't happen either way. But
Well, and he might still spend it to get even more time with his players.
yeah.
He could go. They could have them go out there and see what Michigan lines up in.
Michigan 1 play away.
Michigan is 1 play away from appearing in their first ever national championship game. The first in school history. Every national championship has been a poll championship. They have not played in the national championship game.
And Harbaugh will spend a timeout.
Timeout Michigan. So a little bit of a chess match. Chess match going on here. So I just saw something interesting online. The special teams coordinator, because their special teams has been awful. Let's recap that. Michigan, we wouldn't even be in overtime if they would have made a field goal or an extra point, or maybe have not have muffed a punt, which led to an Alabama touchdown. And then they almost gave up a game-winning safety, which I saw that the special teams coordinator for Michigan is none other than Jay Harbaugh, a relative of Coach Harbaugh. So, not
Maybe
a great
a little
look.
bit of nepotism there, yeah.
Yeah. And now Alabama's going to use their timeout. So, again, a chess match. Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator for Alabama, who was brought in by Nick Saban from Notre Dame. This is... Nick Saban's always been the best at hiring coaches. He's always surrounded himself with talent at the coaching position, and if it wasn't there, he developed it. Really the same with his players. But this time, he went out and grabbed arguably some assistant coaches that a lot of people were questioning. This is a chance for that offensive coordinator to prove his position here. He's talking to the huddle, and it's time to make a play. Michigan fans are evidently nervous, and you can't really blame them. This is everything they've wanted. Oh boy, here we go. 4th and goal for Alabama, right into the end zone where Michigan fans are loudest. At the 4. Here we go. It's a short snap. It's a railroad run! It's short! Michigan will play in the national championship. And they flood the field into sea of maize and blue. Alabama falls short. Michigan wins a playoff game for the first time ever. Unbelievable.
Alabama tried to go back to the bread and butter, what had worked all game, the quarterback run, but Michigan was there.
Unbelievable. Jalen Milroe is furious. He slams his helmet down. And for the first time ever, the Michigan Wolverines will play in the national championship. And for the first time since '97, they'll have a chance to win it. There is still 2 undefeated teams in college football. For the first time since 2020, a Big Ten team is going to be in the national championship game. Unreal. And this means that we are guaranteed to get a national champion, whether it's number 1 Michigan, number 2 Washington, or number 3 Texas. We'll get a champion that has not won a championship at all since 2005, who had previously never won a playoff game, and who had assuredly never won a playoff championship. None of these teams, other than Alabama in the playoff, had ever made it. And of course, Alabama is the first one out.
Washington has made it before. They made the playoffs.
Well, but they've never made the championship.
Well, yeah, but they made the playoffs.
No, that's correct. Washington made it in
Yes.
2016 and Michigan in 21 and 22. And you could tell Blake Corum he is holding in a lot of emotions. The Michigan Wolverines, they fell in quite embarrassing fashion at Georgia a few years ago as the higher-ranked seed. As a higher-ranked seed to TCU, they tried to rally a comeback, but they are upset by the Horned Frogs, who are then embarrassed by Georgia. But they don't have to worry about how they look after the championship. They will determine how they look based on who they play. Either the number 3 12-1 Texas Longhorns or the number 2 13-0 Pac-12 champion Washington Huskies. We now go to Washington, Texas. And that game should be starting any minute now. We're going to take a quick break to get a breather. And boy, what a game. Michigan will play in the national championship. Final score, Michigan 27, Alabama 20 in overtime. An all-time classic at the Rose Bowl. And we are back. Okay, sorry. Just like in the last game, I missed like the first play of the game. But I am back here for everybody. And Brevicle should be back shortly. Oh, there he is. Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. We missed about the first two plays. Texas on 1st and 15. So there's a penalty. So we actually didn't miss a play. I think they.
Yeah, it was a return out to like the 30-ish, and then a 5-yard penalty, and then that.
All right. So it is Texas ball. So
It is.
yeah. So give the ball to Texas. And there's a first down. So
Darn
quick
it.
play for Texas.
Come on, Washington.
From
let's
what
go,
I saw,
Washington.
about a good 70 to 80% of the people here are Texas fans. It was mostly Texas fans at this stadium. Very, very interesting. As Ewers fakes a handoff, he looks deep and it's incomplete. He was under some heat. No. So 14-20 to go in the first quarter. Do you think this game can live up to what we just watched?
No, because Texas is gonna lose by 80.
All right. Well, what will you do if Texas wins?
I might not talk for the rest of the night.
Well, I mean the stream will end once Texas wins. So
No, I might just never talk again. Bat it up in the air and incomplete.
the ref could have picked that one off.
Yeah, man. Why wouldn't he have done? Why didn't he do that?
Third
Come
and
on.
10.
It must be bugged because I'm there. Anyways,
Third and 10 for Texas. Washington crowds the box, showing blitz, and there's
both sides saying each other jumps, but no flag comes out.
Which-
Play clock winding down.
Because the linemen left their positions, I believe that should be a false start. They didn't call it. There's no delay of game. Texas getting away with a lot. Ewers over the middle. It's incomplete. Well, that was a whole lot of stuff to happen for a nothing burger. And Texas...
Yeah, we like that. We like that from
is
the Washington
short of
student
midfield.
section.
I'm afraid
All
this
horns
is...
down.
I'm afraid this is going to be a pretty biased stream. Not because of me, for the record, but what you gonna do? Go ahead and give the ball to Washington, because surely nothing bad has happened on a punt today. Texas will boot it away at the
That's
Superdome.
Not a great punt.
Not a great punt for the Horns, but it will take an excellent bounce to the 11. So it looked kind of nasty when it was curling sideways, but Michael Penix still going to have decent field possession. That drive only took a minute. Sorry, not decent field position. Better field position than what it could have been. That's how we'll phrase that. Yeah. So we'll change this to 4.
Here we go.
We are 1 minute in. Still 0-0. Like, in reality, putting bias aside, is there any way this game can live up to what we just watched? I mean, it's absurd. What's funny is I saw that all these players know what happened because they broadcast it in the stadium. They showed the ending live.
Oh, might be a free play. It is. They'll get a screen out, and it won't go anywhere. So you will think you'll take the delay or the offsides.
So, McMillan got maybe a yard, but it won't count as Washington moves up 5. Not a good look so far for the SEC. Alabama's out, and the team that will be in their conference next year is not looking great so far. First of 5 for UW. And Penix hands it off. Up the gut. We're pushing. He got 2. It'll be second and 3. Whoa, that was a big pushback. He got shoved way behind. He's looking for a flag from the refs. He won't get it.
Did he really just include USC in the best list of defenses they've seen? Oh my god.
I
He
mean,
did.
it is the Pac-12, so there's a handoff. And the Texas D-line. This is one of the better D-lines in the country. The Texas rush defense is elite, and they're actually going to say that he got the first down. I am quite surprised by that.
You know, I don't really agree with it, but I am happy that it happened.
I think you're going to have to tone down a tiny amount of the bias there, friend.
No. No, it's 100% bias.
So, Washington, in their most recent games, they have had Penix drop back a lot less, given the graphic ESPN just showed, as there's a fake handoff. Penix looking to wind up the toy box. Deep shot, it's caught! Romanudze with a spin move! Can he get there?
That's Jalen Polk, not Romadunze, but it's down to the 2.
I'm sorry, I saw a small number and I thought that was Romadunze. We did not see a big play like that all Rose Bowl long, so that's refreshing.
It's a little deep post corner, makes a man miss. It just doesn't have the speed to finish it.
You said that was Polk?
That was Polk.
Yeah. So, first to go out the 2. So far, good for Washington.
Come on, punch it in, baby. Let's go.
Jalen Polk for 61 yards. Or no, that's his receptions. It probably was about 61 yards, I think, though. There's a handoff.
Might have been
Up
a
the
little
gut.
more,
Touchdown,
and that
UW.
should be a touchdown.
Are they giving the signal? They
It is a touchdown.
have said yes. Touchdown, Washington. Dylan Johnson, up the gut, 4-6. And already fireworks at the Sugar Bowl. Four plays,
Actually,
89 yards.
I need Washington to win this game in my bowl mania. Otherwise, you win.
This is true. So now that I think about it, I'm up by 2 games now because you picked Bama and I picked Michigan. And there are 2 games
So
left
it
in the
would
bowl
go to
mania.
it would go to the tiebreaker. Yeah, if
So-
I can get both of these last 2.
So you need Washington to win, and then you need for us to have different picks in the championship, which, given what's happened, I'm not sure who I'm going to pick yet. I need to see who wins this. So you would need a different pick in the championship than me. You need to have your pick win, and then you would.
Then I have to win the tiebreaker.
And then you'd have to win the tiebreaker. In other words, that's a lot to have happen, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Well, hold on. I need to take care of something, so I'll be right back. So, Grady Gross will boot it away to Texas. And he faked a pitch back, and there go the Longhorns.
To the 25, which
to
is the
25.
exact same place they would have gotten it if you fair caught
Correct, but, you know, it was an exciting play. Pretended he was going to pitch it back, and that would be exciting.
But there was no one behind him, though, so...
The number 1 high school recruit coming out of high school, he switched to Texas. Quinn Ewers did. From Ohio State, where he originally committed, and now he has led them to their best season since 2009, where they beat Nebraska off. Well, they didn't beat Nebraska because there wasn't 1 second left, but that's another story for a different day. On first down, it's a handoff up the gut. Here we go to the 8. Texas with the big play. 2nd and 2 coming up. And now Ewers has a man open. He gets the box. Down the field. Here go the Longhorns. Down to the 35. It's Baxter. And Brevicle has been real quiet since that play. Somebody is not a big fan of offense for a specific team. Hey, so far though, that 80-0 pick might not be inaccurate.
I never said 80-0. I said lose by 80.
Oh.
So.
Huh? Ewers, and he faked the handoff, and he's got a whole lot of space, and he's got a block, and he's got even more space. He'll slide down near the 20. Looking like Jackson Arnold, but even better out there.
But way slower.
But actually,
Jackson Arnold would have he would have gotten 10 more yards on that play.
But actually can pass and doesn't turn it over every 2 seconds.
His 2 turnovers, 2 of his 3 picks were early. The other one was like unlucky, and then his receivers just fumbled 3 times. You can't do anything about that.
Well, Ewers up the gut again. Inside the red zone goes the Texas Longhorns. Something that I did see that's interesting is John Harbaugh is the head coach of the Ravens, and they are currently potentially the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And regardless of who wins this game, it will likely be that Michigan will be the favorite to win the college football national championship. So that could be a very good duo and a very good year for the Harbaughs, as a handoff right up the gut, up to the 7. The winner of this game looking to compete against Michigan. As I just realized, once again, I forgot to give the ball back to Washington. That is my bad. Or excuse me, back to Texas.
So much for the second game going.
Hey! It's early in the second game. We'll be rocking. As Ewers fakes a handoff, he's gonna pitch backwards, and he's gonna. I thought that was the ball. It was a Washington defender's helmet. He's gonna have to leave for the game in a critical position.
For a play.
Yeah, my bad. And that was arguably an offensive face mask that they got away with, as that helmet was pretty much just ripped right off. No call there, and it'll be 2nd and goal for the Longhorns. They'll put a man in motion, switching directions, handoff, up the gut, trickery, and a touchdown! And contrary to the wishes of Vertical, Texas will not be shut out today. So Ewers with the handoff and an excellent drive to respond there for the Longhorns. They're an extra point away from a tie game with 7:06 to go in the first quarter of this All-State Sugar Bowl. The extra point is good. 7-7 from New Orleans. We'll take a quick break. And we are back from the Sugar Bowl, where we've already had the same amount of points that were scored in the entire first quarter of the Rose Bowl in the first roughly 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Simply Good says he is sad, which makes sense because he made it very clear that he was not rooting for Michigan, but perhaps.
Yeah, join the club of not rooting for a team.
Well, perhaps, Burbick will get his way, and the Washington Huskies will come out of the Caesars Superdome with a win. They're going to get the ball back to their star playmaker, Michael Penix, who is one of the best offensive players in college football this year. Of course, they're relaying his intense amount of injuries that happened this year. Or, not this year, excuse me, but over his career. It was not an easy college career for Michael Penix. He had to put it all on the line, and now here he is with a chance to try and win the playoff and have a chance to face off against Michigan in the title. There's a short pass, and it'll go for 5. Second down.
All right. Washington's got to get some ground game going, or just chuck the ball deep. That works too.
Correct.
We'll see if they can continue this shootout or if the defenses will settle in.
6:30 to go in the first quarter. And they'll pitch it backwards, and he's going nowhere. Maybe a yard if they get a lucky spot. It's third down for Washington. Regardless of how this game goes, we can take comfort in knowing that we've got one instant classic with our playoff this year. And I think that is good. It's not perfect. We want more. College football fans always want more, but we could. It's better than like the 2020 playoff where all the games stunk. 2021 wasn't a whole lot better. Michael Penix on 3rd and 4. Scanning. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, read it, incomplete. Tried to wedge it in there. It wouldn't work. UT will get the ball back. Well, the good news for Oklahoma fans is that if Texas were to win the national championship somehow, think about that. Their best season in 18 years would have been the same season where you beat them.
Well, we beat them every year, so.
Right. Last year?
Yeah. No, we beat them last year didn't happen. Last year doesn't count.
Here's the return. Breaking tackles! And then a Husky says that's enough of that and grabs him by the ankles. Xavier Worthy and company are going to head out for the Longhorns when we come back. So next year there'll be a 12-team playoff, and Brevicle and I just had a brief argument. I am proclaiming right now to all my viewers, all three of them,
All three of them, yeah.
that Ole Miss is going to make the playoff next year. I feel it. I feel it. Right?
Then do you think Texas is gonna make the playoffs?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think Oklahoma is gonna make the playoffs?
No, but they'll be close. I think out of the SEC, it'll be Texas, Ole Miss, Bama, Georgia, and maybe Tennessee.
You're gonna put a maybe Tennessee, but not a maybe Oklahoma.
I
Oh
said
my
maybe
God.
Oklahoma. I say
No,
between
you said
Oklahoma and
you said
Tennessee, you'll
no.
get one of
You
them.
said no. They're gonna be close.
Why is there stuff falling onto the field? Did you just see that on the broadcast?
Yeah, I did.
Interesting.
Empty backfield for yours, and he goes down instantly.
There you go. That's that Husky defense you know and love. As a Longhorn is injured.
Great inside move there.
Mm-hmm. And that lineman just got rolled up on. Hopefully it's not too bad. Otherwise,
Second and 16. Baxter in the backfield. Tight end in motion.
Ewers. And he hands it off, and he maybe got a yard. So it'll be 3rd and 15, 14 with a good spot. And Steve Sarkisian is using every single last brain cell he got to try and figure out this one.
Apparently, Steve Sarkisian scripts his first 40 plays.
Really? Huh. What a shame if that ends up getting leaked for a game someday. 3rd and 14. And it's an outright, or it's a screen pass. Worthy, fighting, flags fly. We'll see what they say. That Washington fan says, oh yeah, that's holding. That's holding. That's offensive holding. Pushing
He
back.
used to be a referee, back in his prime. He was a ref. He saw it. It was
Yeah,
holding.
probably in Little League football for the blind.
Little League football for the blind.
Yeah.
So like the Little League World Series. Like what?
No, I mean like Little League football. But all the
Yeah,
players are
it's
blind.
generally not called Little League football. It's like Pop Warner.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, that's a hold. That's a hold.
Well, I don't see it.
It
Oh,
was
there,
the
there,
one
there,
before.
yeah.
This one before.
So, Washington accepts the penalty. 3rd and 17. And they're saying that a Texas jumped, or that he had set his hand so he can't pop back up. As Ewers looks, scans, all day to throw. Now he rolls out. And it's another flag. This could be offensive holding again! For the time being, it's a first down to midfield.
But it looks like this one is gonna come back, and it is.
Another offensive hold. Washington catches another break. What do you dial up here if you're Steve Sarkisian?
On 3rd and 27.
What era do we live in where Texas is the SEC's last gasp to get into the national championship? And if they don't, it'll be an all Big Ten championship between Washington and Michigan. Boy, is that something. 3rd and 27.
Where's the national championship being played this year?
It is being played at the Texas Stadium, NRG Stadium in Houston. So, it'd be home field for Texas. That is not the desired outcome for that drive. Baxter gets a few, and it'll be 4th down. Washington will get the ball back off the punt, barring a muff, which we definitely haven't seen today at all. No team would be so silly as to have a complete meltdown on special teams in their most important game of the season, and yet still find a way to win by 7 in overtime. But Ryan Sanborn to Jeremy Bernard. And this one will take a bounce, and we'll go out of bounds around the college football playoff logo. It's the All-State Sugar Bowl. And we're tied at 7 apiece. They mark him at the 20. Seems to be some sort of discussion going on between the refs. So we'll get the ball back.
And now we're going to
To
commercial.
Washington, yeah, they had to delay that commercial. gotta let it simmer for a minute. So we'll give Washington the ball back. Coming up, Michael Penix Jr. Can you believe it? It's Michael Penix. You know what's weird? All the Heisman finalists, other than Michael Penix, made the, or were not in the playoff. So there you go.
Odd.
What you gonna do?
It's a team game.
Correct. Well, how would you feel if it was an Alabama-Washington or a Michigan-Washington championship and your poor little SEC Freds got left out?
I don't care. That's the desirable outcome right now.
Well,
No, I'd rather the people in my conference lose.
see, that's not a good fit for the SEC. You gotta be all out, support your
No.
teammates.
Yeah, you be an all-out support of your Big Ten team.
Hey, I am. I was cheered for Wisconsin earlier in that game against LSU.
Lame. Even though you picked LSU.
Well, yeah, because I did think Wisconsin had any chance. Turns out they did, and it was a close game, but what are you going to do? Can't imagine the ad revenue ESPN's getting. Executives probably basking in money.
Yeah.
Now we wait and we wait and we wait some more until.
Yeah. Why is there so much rowing in this University of Washington ad?
Well,
Like, there was no other sport besides rowing.
Well, I mean, the school is on the water, or kind of. I mean, it's near water. A lot of water.
Somewhat.
Somewhat. And a hand off, and that won't go anywhere.
You are unmuted, correct?
I am unmuted. We are
Congrats.
unmuted. Thank you. This is sad. If Washington does lose, it would be the final game where a team wearing a Pac-12 logo plays. I mean, Oregon State, Washington State will carry the Pac-12 banner next year, but it's not going to be the same. So this could be the final night of Pac-12 football ever. In the form that we recognize and always will recognize that there's a downfield pass! It's hauled in! First down, Washington.
Jeremy Bernard. Receiver 3, I assume, for Washington. Nice fade here. Goes up and gets it. Cornerback never found the ball.
Arguably could have been pass interference too, something never made a play for it. A lot of hand fighting. From the right angle, you can make that argument. Obviously not calling, doesn't have to be, because it's a first down to midfield. Penix trying to rally the troops. Under 10 seconds to go in the play clock. Penix rolling to his right, looking around, scanning. Now he's under heat. He's gonna let it fly deep down the field.
Oh my god, the receiver just got like tackled, but the ball was not catchable.
If he put that even in the... I feel like if that ball was even near the field of play, that could have been pass interference.
I mean, you could make a like argument for unnecessary roughness.
Yeah, you could. But they're not going to do that, and I don't think they should. Second and 10, 103 to go in this first quarter of the All-State Sugar Bowl. Penix puts his back in motion. He'll take it with all wide receivers. He's got to prance around the pocket, and it's caught! And down past the 30 go the Huskies.
That one was Roma Dunze.
That is correct. Roma Dunze with a nice play for his Huskies. Look at that movement from Michael Penix to dodge defenders and get that ball down the field. Just perfect play. At the 26 for Washington. As the pump fakes the side route, Adunze gets a few. And that will end our first quarter. 7 apiece. As we determine who will get the honor of playing Michigan in the college football playoff national championship.
No.
Alright, we are back as the second quarter will be getting underway shortly. So go ahead and update the quarter. So 15 on the clock. I saw something that said, the kick six was a season 10 years ago. Alabama's Melrose Miracle, that just happened. And in both cases, both of their seasons ended in the national championship potentially, or in the playoff or BCS championship in Pasadena. So kind of funny how that worked out. Here's first and goal for Washington after the pickup.
From the 6, Penix, empty backfield. They'll motion a guy in. Penix motions out. It's a wildcat. And they'll fake it back to Penix, and now it'll be a run, working his way through traffic, and he'll get about half of it, and that might have been a late hit on the defense. Flag coming in late. Possibly targeting.
I don't think it was, but definitely a possibility.
They're talking about it. It's not on number 0 even. It's a legal something block on the defense.
Illegal chop block?
No,
I don't
it
have
wasn't
sound
chop.
on.
I know. It's like they said like a legal O block or something.
Interesting.
It's new. Apparently.
Illegal oblique block.
So it is. Okay.
Well, first and goal at the 1 now for Washington. They get a fresh set of downs. Odunze and the other wide receivers will split wide, 2 backs, along with Penix. It's a handoff. And he's stuffed. Right at the 2, roughly.
Looks like they might have gotten just a little bit of yardage, depending on the spot, and they just place it randomly.
They place it right exactly where it was before, so just slightly behind.
Yeah, there was
the
a
1 yard line.
different ref up top that was further in front, and then the other guy didn't even look at him. He just kind of placed it down. So I don't know what that says about our reffing, but
I think
Penix under center.
Penix looking around. Puts Odunze in motion, and it's a delayed handoff. Touchdown, Washington.
Little fullback dive there, untouched into the end zone.
And Washington.
They got the linebackers to bite on the motion.
In a sprint to 2 scores. Washington will win the race. 9 plays, 80 yards, and 4 minutes, 26 seconds spanning both the first and the second quarter. Grady Gross. He got a scholarship after his game winner against Washington State in the Apple Cup, and he punches it through the uprights to give Washington a 14-7 lead. So the Texas offense will head back out on the field. And
After a long commercial break.
this is correct. And we're going to be right back. We are back in a 14-7 ball game. Washington will kick it off to Texas momentarily. As Johnson has 2 rushing touchdowns now. So,
And it kicks off, and will be a touchback.
so with 13:08 to go in the first half, Texas will take over with the football. What'd I say? 13:08. I feel like a lot of the excitement for this is kind of out the window. Not because like anything bad happened or anything. It's just that first game was so draining and so crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
we're a little bit, and then it's like this game is kind of going slow. Like
yeah,
we're only
it
through
feels,
the first quarter.
yeah. Which it's
And
not
he's tackled behind the line.
blown up. I don't even think it's really going slow. It just feels slow because we had all that fast-paced overtime action.
Yeah.
Sanders gets blown up immediately.
Tried the little tight end screen, but Washington read it all the way. Play action. You are stepping up in the pocket, pump faking over the middle and broken up.
No PI. He looked a little bit early. I don't think it was, but again, could have made an argument. The refs have so far, couple of slightly close calls. They have kept the flag in their pocket.
Third and 12 now from their own 23. Trips to the right. Ewers gets it out quickly. Washington will stop him short.
So it will likely be another punt from Texas as they get just past the 30-yard line.
Chance for Washington to take a 2-possession lead, something we haven't seen at all today in either game.
No leads that have been greater than 7 points in any playoff game so far. After this game, there will only be 2 football games left all season. It'll be the championship between Michigan and this winner. As the ball is muffed, it is picked up by the Texas Longhorns at the 20.
And the punting woes continue.
Right into the second game, don't they? Oh, boy. Huge mistake by Washington. Hey, but maybe it's smart. They saw that Michigan won by screwing up, so maybe they're like, hey, we can do that too. They're lucky that wasn't a touchdown. I mean, he had all the space. If he kept his footing, that's 6 points. Either way, incredible field position, and they take a page out of Iowa's playbook and decide punting is winning. And they use it to get further down the field. 11:45 to go in the quarter. At the 22, Ewers and company sets up a first down for Texas. And a handoff. He'll be just short of a first down.
9 yards for Baxter.
Approaching the end of the first 10 minutes. And we've already seen we saw more points in the first quarter, the first quarter plus a little more. I can't remember when Washington got their second touchdown, but we've seen more points in that time frame than Alabama scored in 4 quarters plus overtime. So that kind of shows that, yeah, we've got a much higher scoring game that could be added to. Here is rumbling free are the Texas Longhorns. The running back carries it to the 5, First and goal, Texas. We've
The
got
flag down though.
laundry on the field. Maybe a holding. It'll be an illegal shift on the offense. Texas. So I believe that'll bring up second down for the Horns. 2nd and 6. At the 18. Ewers fakes it. Throws over the middle. And he's pursuing the goal line. He got to the 1. Texas fans elated, the many that made the trip from Austin to New Orleans. Not all that far, indeed. The Horns can hook them to tie up the game here. The Huskies drag him down at the 1. Ewers going to take it under center.
Texas has been stopped from the 1 this year.
It doesn't happen here. No, sir! Touchdown undoubtful. It's the big guy coming up with a big play. Longhorns pull within 1. All touchdowns, all gas, no breaks, no field goals. All Texas on that drive. They cash in the turnover. And this extra point is good. It looked a little shaky for a minute, but so far special teams haven't been as much of a disaster, save the Washington muffed punt that has just led to a Texas touchdown. They cash it in. We'll be back in a few minutes. So Texas cashed in the turnover for 6 on the look to try and stop Michael Penix and the Washington offense as they booted away back to the Huskies. I have a weird feeling that we're going to see an onside kick in this game, and I couldn't tell you why. I really couldn't. But it just seems like one of those games, you know?
No.
No, he does. It just...
No.
You want to bet on it? I don't want to bet on it, but... Kalen DeBoer, they're going over his head coaching stops. He had a decent 2-year tenure as the head coach of Fresno State, and now in 2 years, he's taken Washington to the college football playoff, looking for a trip to Houston, and maybe from there, a national championship against the Michigan Wolverines. First down from the 25. Faking the handoff. Looking around. Penix. Gonna launch it deep. And it's caught! Down to the 25. At the All-State logo, fireworks continue. No slowing down this show.
Wow, all these balls down the field, Washington receivers have been money so far.
Correct. I almost don't even have to look. I see Penix heaves it deep. That's why he was the number 2 player in Heisman voting. That was good coverage, too. He was right behind him, but it was dropped in a breadbasket, and he's able to hold on, avoid any sort of fumble or anything. Roma Dunze now with the school record for receiving yards. What did they just call?
They called an official's timeout.
Oh, because the chain is broken. Well, good to know that that has been resolved now, and we are no longer in an official's timeout. Michael Penix, 6 for 8, 190 yards. Looking to hit $2 on this drive. Already at the 23 after literally just a few seconds. Sorry if you heard some background noise there. As they put another man in motion. And he'll pitch it to the running back. Running back looking for some yardage. He will get to the 17. 9 minutes left in the second quarter. Steve Sarkisian looking out as his defense looks to bend, not break, hold Washington to a field goal or fight away to keep the score deadlocked. It's another handoff. Steady dose of the run game. We saw it work in the Rose Bowl. Can it work here? This Texas D-line and the defense as a whole has been excellent at stopping the rush all year. Pass game, not so much. Going into this, I thought Washington would definitely have to lean on it, and so far they have. Deep shots downfield have been the difference as Washington looks to take the lead here in a few plays. Third and one.
Hurrying to the line. They'll hand it off, and he's short.
And a big goal. First down line. I wanted to say goal line, not goal line, but still a big defensive stand. Potentially holding the Huskies to 3. Does Kalen DeBoer roll the dice here, would you?
I think I would.
You think you would? You want to cash in with that big play down the field? A tenacious D-line. Again, like I just said, it is going to be very difficult to continue to hold on these run plays for Washington. Wildcat.
He'll take the direct snap. And it's close, and it does not look like he got it.
It looks like Texas is going to snatch the ball back. They come up with a huge stand at the 14, and I am shocked that they went for it. it based on the spot, maybe a review, but it looks like the gamble didn't pay off. It's Texas football.
Looks like they're gonna measure it here.
I don't think there's any doubt that based on the current spot, he is short. Let's take another look. See, it looked for sure he was short, and then he kept pushing, and I don't know if he ever went down. Let's see. There's a mess of bodies, and I really don't think you can overturn this. I don't think it's close enough to really warrant a review. I think a quick look is all that's needed, and it's Texas football. The chain gang comes out for good measure, and they do find it is Longhorn football. They find a way to hold on. Huge stand for Texas. And with 6:59 to go in the half, the Longhorns looking to gain their first lead today. We'll be right back. Forgot to unmute myself again, so we're doing real good. Oh boy.
Yeah. And he is swallowed up behind the line, and it'll bring up a third down.
Third and decent margin after the deep shot on first down and the tackle there. Under 6:30 to go. 3rd and 12. Sarkeesian, what do you dial up here? As much offense as these two teams can or have, the offensive weapons, they're a combined 0 for 6 on 3rd down, include 4th downs, combined 0 for 7. It's looking under pressure. Deep shot. Too much sauce. As Worthy couldn't find it. He seems surprised by where that ball was placed. And I believe that was Xavier Worthy.
That was.
And that'll bring up a Texas punt. Right back to the Huskies they go. Just kind of off communication. They didn't get as far down the field, it seems. And
Yeah,
cut.
the pressure got there in time.
Sanborn will boot it away. It'll be fair
Not muffed
caught
this time.
at the 24. Learns from his mistakes. Washington will get the ball with 5:55 to go. So that was 1 minute and 4 seconds. And we'll go ahead and give the ball back to Washington. So pretty exciting game so far. Just, we need the fireworks to ramp up really, because I think we're all kind of hungover from that first game. Which, the last game was kind of a snooze fest for a lot of it, and then it really picked up towards the end.
Yeah.
Well, we wait patiently, up to 155 views on the stream, so not as good as normal, but we've had fun, I'd say, and we've experienced some pretty damn good games. So
Yeah.
it's not much of a concern. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream.
You also haven't been as active on the channel, I think, as you had been in
That's
years
correct.
past.
Yep. No, you're right. I just learned there's an NCAA football video game app, like based on NCAA like 10.
There is? Like right now, or there was?
There was at one point, like an
it
officially
not?
licensed one.
Yeah, it's not on the App Store anymore, so.
Well, yeah, obviously I would have shut off the stream. I would have jumped onto my bed and would have been playing that. So, they're going over their halftime report. Our halftime report is going to be non-existent because I'm going to go and eat some food and probably watch some highlights from that crazy Rose Bowl we just watched. Penix hands it off, and he's going to get the ball back. And that was a forward pass. It's incomplete as going to be collected by Penix. They reach into the bag of tricks. A very similar play to what we saw earlier from Michigan, except this was a forward pass where it looked like Penix was intended to run with it. He just couldn't grab it in time. He's 6 for 8, 190 yards, 31.7 yards per completion. That is absurd. especially considering where we just came from. As there's a good run, physical play to get up to the 30. Third and 4, 5:30 to go in this half. Washington 70 yards out from the end zone. Penix will take the snap. Just left of the All-State logo. Here at the Sugar Bowl. Looking to be the first team to convert a third or fourth down. Across 9 attempts, Penix launches. Did he get it?
I think
They
he did.
say yes. First down, Washington. And we finally see a drive survive a third down. And on that replay, I don't know. McMillan, it's very close. They are going to take a look at this, and I think that's the right idea. Based on that angle we just saw. Steve Sarkisian obviously thinks that it was short. This is not a bad look, what ESPN's showing him. Because he's got that in the left hand, I do believe he's short. What do you think?
It is. It's close.
I think... So he had to get right to the 35, and I just don't see that
No,
ball
I think
crossing.
he had to get to the 34.
Oh, that's true. I still don't... I
Still
think
close.
because it's in his left hand. I mean, it is literally inches away. But I think that's enough to overturn it. What do you think?
I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, obviously you don't want it to be overturned. Being the non-Texas enjoyer that you are. If you're just tuning in. I'm a Nebraska fan. I'm here with a Oklahoma fan. But like I keep telling you, having Texas their best season in, you know what, like 14 years, having a win over them, it kind of like puts your stamp on their excellent season.
No, but I'd rather them just not have an excellent season.
That I totally get that, but I'm just saying. And they're gonna reverse this. It is fourth down, and I have to imagine Kalen DeBoer not gonna roll the dice like this twice. He's gonna put it away. So 14-14 between two offensive juggernauts. I picked Texas coming into this purely because of that run defense. I thought that'd make Washington a little bit more one-dimensional in a shootout. And are they lining up to go for this?
Looks like they are.
I'd have to
Big play
imagine
here.
that this is purely to try and draw them off sides. I do not see any way Washington gets up to the line and snaps that football. They're going to hurry up, and Penix, look at it. Yeah, they're just going to try and draw them off sides. No way they snap that football. I'd bet a lot of money. Yeah, no. With 4 on the play clock, they're just going to let the clock dwindle, call a timeout, and let Texas have less time to work with when they get their position before halftime. Longhorns jeer as they are going to get the ball back. ESPN's now showing reminders of what happened in that classic Apple Cup against Washington State. The gutsy 4th and 1 from the 30. There is precedent for Washington to try absurd plays, but that was on a much smaller stage in a game that meant a whole lot less. No disrespect to Washington State or what that game could have derailed their season too, but this is legit in the playoff. You gotta win it if you want to win a championship. Otherwise, your season's over and your seniors are done. And they're still lined up to go for it. Wow! And according to the new rules, they can't call 2 timeouts. It'd have to be Texas calling a timeout. Washington's going to go for it in a massive
And they got
play.
it.
And it works.
Wow, what a gutsy play call, and it pays off.
Unbelievable guts. The last thing I was going to say about my little talk about the last time they went for a gutsy play call against Wazoo, a gutsy play call up from that spot on the field, I was going to say, no offense to Washington State, but they are not as good as this Texas team. And they still went for it, and they still got it. That is a catch and reach past midfield for a first down. I thought he threw it past the line of scrimmage, but they are saying no. It's a first down up to the 50,
I
maybe
think
49.
just any part of his body needs to be behind it. So we'll see.
Oh, this is true.
And it looks like the broadcast line is a little bit behind where it actually is.
They're taking a look.
His arm looks like it's behind it.
But it releases past it, doesn't it?
I don't know. It's close.
Are they allowed to review this? Because I thought it...
They are.
But isn't it technically a penalty? So, and you can't review penalties unless they're targeting?
I guess you can.
I don't know. This is the second time something like this has happened today, and it's kind of a technicality, like a weird gray area that I'm not... I know a lot about football, but a lot of the rules, like, I'm not completely clear on. That's the one area of football I could probably use some more expertise. See, based on that, I think we're at a bad angle. I think, like, look at where his foot is. It's his hands...
But his hand's behind his foot.
And his foot is barely past the actual line. Not ESPN's black line, but where the actual marker is. So I think that given that, I think it's a good pass and a good catch and a good play.
I think so as well.
You're also biased, and my opinion doesn't matter. So
We'll stand.
there you go. With 3:24 to go in the half, the Huskies are rolling. Michael Penix and company with 3:24 to go in the half. This clock is rolling. They've got 2 timeouts. Texas has all 3 to work with in case they need them. First down, Huskies. And he'll fake the pitch. Then he'll go with the screen to Adunze, and he's going to go from 1 yard behind the line of scrimmage all the way to the 7. And now they're going to start talking about the weather. And the refs don't like when they talk about the weather with each other, so they'll break that up. It'll be 2nd and 5. The irony of that statement, which is obviously sarcastic, is that they're in a dome, so the weather doesn't matter, at least most kinds of weather. Now they've got a lineman situated to where I believe he could be an eligible receiver. It seemed kind of like a messy formation, and Washington thinks so too. They call a timeout with 1 on the play clock. They'll have 1 left. 2:17 to go in the second quarter. We're going to step away for a brief second. We are back after a very expedited break. As Vince Young is in the house, the last Texas quarterback to win a national championship in that all-time classic against USC. If that matchup were to happen today, USC and Texas, who would you go with?
Like USC and Texas?
Who would you root for?
Oh,
as an Oklahoma fan?
Um, um,
I'll let you think on
neither.
that one.
Neither.
Well, if you had to pick, as Penix throws, it's over the top and it's a decent chunk play. So what's the verdict?
What like situation? Who is it more important for? You know,
It's
like.
in the national championship again.
Oh no.
If you had to
Um,
give one of those two teams the national championship, who would you give to?
God, that's it. That's an impossible decision.
Well,
USC.
really? I
Yeah.
think that's fair. I mean, you hate them less. Penix
Yeah.
fakes a handoff with less than 100 ticks to go till halftime.
Oh,
Deep ball
just
barely
overthrown.
overthrown. Culp almost had 6 points. As Texas fans jeer him as he waltzes into the end zone. Well, I respect your opinion. Personally, I feel like Colorado is the more hated rival for us, but Iowa's more the modern rival, kind of like with you guys. You guys hate USC nowadays, and your historic rival is Texas. I'd go with Iowa, though, simply because they're in the same conference as us, so that's better for the conference between Iowa and Colorado. I'm a Nebraska fan, for anyone who doesn't know. Oh! What do you know? You might not know I'm a Husker fan, but you do know that Washington just scored a crazy tip drill touchdown.
Little skinny post over the top. DB dives, picks it up, and it's an easy catch to Jalen Polk.
And it works beautifully. They perfectly draw the safety away. And what a circus catch. Excellent play. Touchdown, Washington.
And it's a 7-point game.
21-14 Huskies.
Minute 27 left in the half.
In less time than the first half, Washington has already scored more points than Alabama scored in the entire game, which included overtime. So, how about that, Nick? What concentration. Most wide receivers, they just lose track of the ball there, and you really can't blame them. I mean, typically it's fluttering away, and they just can't get it. But that was partially luck, the way it bounced into his hands, but in a lot of ways, he just was able to keep his eyes on the ball, and Polk has a touchdown. 2 catches, 106 yards, and a touchdown. He had that 77-yard catch, which opened up scoring earlier. It wasn't a touchdown, but it got him in range. That was the second longest in CFP history. 1:27 to go at the half. Texas about to get the ball back. And the ref seems to have given us the ready for play.
Jalen Polk has 2 catches for 160 yards and a touchdown.
Correct. That's pretty absurd if you ask me. So, as previously established in this live stream, I don't believe, because I will not be live streaming the national championship alone. I did that once and it wasn't a whole lot of fun as Texas brings this kick out. And they've got room. Look out to the 28 with 3 timeouts, 80 seconds. Never know. But Mr. Brivicle, you have pre-existing commitments, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this will be our first and final live stream from this college football season.
Well, unless you get Diego.
Well, you never know. That's one of the other former members of our Norma Sports podcast that did not last very long. Made No, don't worry about that. That was kind of a disaster from the start. So Texas with 80 seconds to go from the 28. Looking. Ewers.
Tipped at the
Tipped!
line and will fall harmlessly to the ground.
Last time we saw a tip drill, went for a touchdown. No such luck there for the Longhorns. And man, I think the reason why this game has dragged so much is because we've had a lot more scoring and a lot more passing, which has had a lot more stoppages in play. It's almost been
Yeah.
2 hours since the game's scheduled start, and we're not even at halftime yet. Like, this is a drag.
Yeah, this one's dragging. We might be here till midnight.
We might be. Well, for me, definitely.
Central time.
Yeah, on the Eastern time zone, as there's a good pickup of 11 yards and a first down. The Huskies trying to hold on to a 7-point lead. Clock stops for a first down, but I believe it got out of bounds, so that gives them a few extra seconds. 21-14. As Ewers looks. Deep shot. Right into the breadbasket, and he dropped it. And then shoved out of bounds for good measure as a Washington player on the sideline with a little bit of a finger wag. As that would have been a huge play for Texas, and he just dropped it. I believe that was blue. Yes, it was. Number 23. The intended receiver.
1:04 left to play in the half. Ewers from his own 39. Looking to pass. 3-man pressure. Throwing to his right side, and it's caught for a gain of about 13.
See, that was a very clear pocket for an experienced quarterback to throw into. I feel like if you're rushing 3 when you've gotten good pressure so far, I feel like you can't have a decision that easy for Ewers because
Yeah, I don't think you can give him that much time consistently.
Correct. Because
59 seconds to play now.
He'll make you pay.
From the Washington 47, they'll hand it off up the middle, and he'll have about 2 yards. And it looks like they'll use a timeout.
Smart play there with 54 seconds to go in the half. Get a couple more yards and burn one of those timeouts. Really, you wanted to hurry to the line, maybe catch him off guard, see if you could get a big play. And it works well enough to set up a 2nd and 7, and they use the timeout to regroup. Maybe get a plan in for the next 2 plays or so. Sean McDonough and Greg McElroy on the call tonight. Kirk Herbstreit, Chris Fowler had at the Rose Bowl earlier today.
No Gus Johnson today.
No, Fox is done
Unfortunately.
for the year with college football.
Yep. Gus Johnson needs to call more NFL games.
I'd agree with that. I don't get why he didn't do the Super Bowl for them last year. On Fox. Well, I guess I think he
rushing
does.
4.
Oh, they got a catch. He's going to reach for a first down, and he was on top of bodies. If they didn't roll forward progress, Sanders got it. We'll see.
The clock is stopped, and
They gave him
looks
the
like
first.
they gave him a first. Clock now running, though. 45 seconds left.
Ewers looks. Ewers. They bring the heat. He gets it away, and it'll be about a 4 or 5 yard gain. Out of bounds to stop the clock at 37 seconds.
At the 34-yard line now.
Texas, a field goal could ease it up the lead. Remember, Washington gets it out of the break. after Texas had exactly 1 minute with the ball before having to punt it to start the game, basically giving Washington the first possession of the first and the second half. Ewers looking. Ewers. Maybe a hold. Didn't call it. Does he see a play? He uses his legs instead. He reaches and he'll be short based on the spot. 29 seconds, but he's out of bounds, so that'll get them a 3rd and 1 with the stop clock at 29 seconds. He seems like he almost tripped over his ankle based on that replay. But he might have just got it. It was very close.
They'll mark him short. Still no 3rd down conversions in this game.
I believe Washington got one earlier. I don't know if
it got called back. Remember?
Oh, that's
He was
correct.
short.
Yeah.
Running
Ewers
around,
looking.
and he's got the
He's
conversion,
gonna
and
turn
he's
out
got
the
more.
burners. Oh, and maybe a late hit too. There's the flag, and that'll push Texas to the 3. I doubt there'd be a 10-second runoff with that, right? Because it's a defensive penalty, so that'll... Well, now they've got a scuffle to worry about. I think Texas would want to use a timeout anyways. One ref comes scurrying in, the line judge. A level of pandemonium is occurring on the field. And that's going to put Texas in a really nice position with 20 seconds, a pair of timeouts. At the 3, he slid at the 6 or 7, tack on half the yardage for the late hit, which is pretty clear that was a late hit. It's going to be 1st and very short with goal to go. Let's see where they mark it officially. They'll go with the 4. The ref says right on that blade of grass. Right there. First and goal for the Horns. His hand off. Standing strong. Touchdown, Baxter. I believe that was Baxter, right? Yes. And Texas refuses to die. 21-20 Washington. And we already have more points in regulation in the first half here, under the entire first half, than we did the entire game of the Rose Bowl. This extra point to knot it up. 42 combined points is the total, likely for the half. Washington gets out after the break, and barring craziness, they'll go to halftime thinking about that lead. Their defense can't hold strong forever. 21 apiece. Is ESPN really going to go to commercial break with 17 seconds left in the half? No, I thought they were, for some reason. Normally they have the playoff patch on their jerseys, don't they? And instead they just had the Sugar Bowl one? I thought it was both.
I don't know.
But I guess...
Maybe it's only in the championship game.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm misremembering. Or they switch it to only that? I don't know. Texas fans, get loud. It's 21 apiece. Washington with a chance to maybe make something happen. 17 seconds and a timeout to boot. How does Texas fare? Trying to stop this return. Or does Washington return it? Is it a touchback? So many questions to be answered on this kickoff. And off they go. It will be a touchback, and we'll see how aggressive Washington wants to play. The 17 seconds.
Washington has gotten many deep shots here. We'll see if they can't
This is true.
get another.
This is absolutely true. So comparing the quarterbacks, Quinn Ewers at 50%, Michael Penix 11 for 14. That's going to be halftime 21-21, a deadlock. We might have another dandy on our hands. We're going to take a halftime break. We'll be back very shortly, relatively to some things. I don't know. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, so we'll see you then. Through 6 quarters of regulation in the CFP, teams have scored and combined 82 points. Things have been very balanced. We'll see if it continues to be that way as we head to the third quarter. It went back for a touchback. Washington will have the ball, 1st and 10. Penix, low snap, he'll throw it out. And a 1st down. Nope, they'll mark him just short. Third quarter, Washington ball, 14:49 on the clock. 2nd and 1. Clock continues to dwindle though. Puts a man in motion. Snaps it, fakes the handoff, throws a screen with a block. 1st down, Washington. To the 42, maybe the 43. They say 43. So now, a minute into the second half. Washington moving the ball well. 1st down. Penix fakes a handoff. Up the gut. He'll slide. Down to the 42, maybe the 43. And already the defense for Texas is already having fits.
Washington on the move.
They're on the prowl, so to speak. At the 45, 35 of Texas, the yard to gain. Just over 13 minutes left in the third quarter. Handoff from Penix. And he got a yard, maybe 2. Second and 8. Penix looking around. Goes for the short pass behind the line of scrimmage. And he'll fight to get to the line of scrimmage. This drive has now taken over 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 3rd down, Washington. The Pac-12's Huskies looking to maintain the opening drive of the second
Probably
half.
2 down territory here.
Quite possibly. Probably not where you'd want to punt, especially given the decisions by Kalen DeBoer.
Soft coverage on the near side here. We'll see if he goes that way. Goes to the far side, and there's a completion and a conversion.
For the first time today, Washington has converted on 3rd or 4th down. They went into that play 0 for 4. They exited 1 for 5. Nice out route. Simple but effective at picking up a 1st down. And with under 11:30 to go, they'll go with another screen. This time he gets blocked. Polk rumbling down the field to the 19. And a red zone appearance out the gate for Washington. Very quick speed. If they could punch this in, it'll be curious to know if Texas is going to be able to match this. 10x, and a lot of men go in motion. Almost inaudible there. He takes a low snap, fires, end zone. Easy touchdown. A cool opening drive score for the Huskies.
Methodical drive. Not a ton of big plays, but lots of nice chunk plays, and a great way to start the half for the Huskies.
Jalen McMillan on the receiving end of the touchdown pass, fit right in between two Texas defenders. 8 plays, 70 yards, 4:30. 10:30 on the third quarter clock, and Grady Gross's kick is yet to be snapped. Now it's snapped, and now it's good. 28-21, Washington. They snatched the lead right back. Anytime either team has led, it has been easily answered and quickly by the opposition. 7-0, 7-7, 14-7, 14-14, 21-14, 21-21, now 28-21. Will Texas keep the trend alive by keeping it going? We'll be back. For like the upteenth time today, I forgot to unmute myself while unmuting Brivical, so for anyone just now joining us, I apologize. It was only for a few seconds. So Texas caught it off the pooch, and Now has it at the 25, looking to start a drive to tie it up with Washington. So we'll go ahead and make it Texas ball. Quinn Ewers. And it's a handoff. He'll
Fumble!
fight
Ball's
for
out!
extra yards.
Washington's
The
got
ball
it!
is loose, and the Huskies have it. There it is. And maybe that's the separation play. All game we've been waiting for something to distinguish these two teams. It has been back and forth, and that might just be it. Washington football. No doubt about it, that is loose. The Huskies recovered as it rolled around the ground and a crowd of mostly Longhorns. It is all purple rain. In a game that had been so close, Baxter coughs it up. Worthy consoles him on the sideline. And that might be the separation play. Let's see. Penix in the backfield. He does two fakes, and he perfectly throws to the 14. He faked the handoff, he faked the screen, and he throws downfield. What a maneuver to Westover. He made an excellent maneuver. That ball is perfectly placed right over the fingertips of a Longhorn. He goes in for the first play of the drive and makes a big, big play inside the red zone for Washington. Now there seems to be a discrepancy between Huskies and how they're supposed to line up, as he'll hand it off to the 10, maybe the 9. Second down for the Huskies. Clock will roll under 9 minutes when this is snapped. Michael Penix, 18 for 21, only 3 incompletions. He's thrown 2 touchdowns, 330 yards for the year. Quinn Ewers at 50% across 18 completions for less than 100 yards, 97 to be exact. There's a pitch play. Where's it going to go? It's going to go for 3. It'll be third and 3 for the Washington Huskies. Future Big Ten team looking to make it an all-future Big Ten matchup. Who's going to get the seat at the dinner table for the date with Michigan? Both teams have the Wolverines on their schedule for next year. So regardless of that result, the loser will have an opportunity to clinch revenge. A la a Super Bowl, where in the ensuing regular season, the opposition can make a splash. As there's a handoff, and it won't go for anything. He's stuffed, and if you're Caleb DeBoer, you whip for it down the field. On 4th down earlier in the game, do you do it here, risking a potential 2-possession lead?
I don't think you can. I think you gotta take the points here.
A 10-point lead. I agree. I think it's too critical. They have nobody in the college football playoff has led by more than 7 points so far. This could be a defining play, a season-defining play, not just for the Huskies, but for all of college football. There is a offensive player down, and this is going to prolong the decision, and we'll see what happens when we come back. Definitely a choice to be made for Washington. I'd have to think they'd take the field goal, but Caleb DeBoer has not backed down when given the chance between risky and safe. Risky and safe.
Safe. That's such a difficult word. I'm surprised you came
Yeah.
up with it.
Yeah. I saw that a good Twitter account, No Context College Football, said, "What's your favorite commercial from the day? Because we've had plenty to choose from." So
None of them.
yeah, I agree. I think we've had a few too many. And I'm getting sick of some of these AT&T commercials. The one that's currently on, that's cool. About like the 5G thing and whatever.
Oh, yeah, the one where they're on the plane.
Yeah, that one. Oh my god, they play it so much and I hate it.
Yeah.
They, ugh. Some people are saying this is proof that Michael Penix should have won the Heisman. I think he's good. I think Jalen Daniels meant more to his team, not because, I mean, Michael Penix, he's done a lot for Washington, and I don't want to downplay that, but I do think that Jalen Daniels, I felt like at times, was everything to
Oh,
LSU.
yeah.
So, I think if we're talking about the most valuable player between the two, I'd have to go with Jalen Daniels. Who's the better player? Arguably Michael Penix. But that's just me. Given the choice of risky and safe, a new word I just learned, Kalen DeBoer goes with safe, and Grady Gross, the new kicker on scholarship. Can he make it a two-score game for the first time in these here playoffs? Texas showing a unique way to block the kick. Here's the snap. It's down. It is good. We have a 31-21 ball game in New Orleans. And no extra point to wait for, so I can immediately update this one. Is this out of reach for Texas, do you think?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think that, given the way Quinn Ewers has played, it's far from it. There's still a lot on the
Ewers
line.
hasn't done a whole lot. It's been the running game.
Well, I meant more generally over the whole season. I think that
Ewers hasn't done a whole lot all year.
he's not done as much as Michael Penix for his team or Jalen Daniels like we just talked about, but I don't know. He's still good, and he's still been clutch in some
He has not
big
been
moments.
clutch, though.
He's been clutch in some moments. I mean, he's not the best. I don't know.
I'm just a hater.
Mm-hmm. No, I know. Well, and I was going to use the Oklahoma example, and then I was like, oh, wait, no, that was Dylan Gabriel. Which, we haven't talked about that. You're a Sooners fan, so what do you think about Dylan Gabriel going to Oregon? Texas going to return it after the muff and to the
I don't
21.
know. I don't really care. I didn't expect him to be here next year, anyways.
I thought he'd go pro, but
Yeah.
arguably still has a little bit more to prove. I think as the
Well,
quarterback,
I don't think his mock drafts were super high. Then he honestly could make more money at Oregon than he can in the NFL.
at least right now, yes, I'd agree with that. I mean, long term, if he could get drafted high, no, but
I mean, that's risky.
yeah. So as of right now, yeah, absolutely. And plus, no offense to Brent Venables, I think he's done a good job. Oklahoma's at a state where they can, achieve success in the near future, but he's not like their system. I don't think is built to develop quarterbacks a ton, and I feel like he could use that a little bit more of an it factor as their Baxter.
Well, I think
Blue.
it was a bit more of a Jeff Levy offense the last 2 years than a Brent Venables offense.
That's correct, but I mean he's always been a defensive guy. I mean that's where he made his money at Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think Oregon will be in a good spot next year.
Oh yeah, Oregon will be a playoff team.
Absolutely in a 12-team playoff, and I'd argue that they're in a good spot to uh, to be the Big Ten champion, right? Over Michigan, maybe. It depends on how
Okay.
much Michigan loses, if J.J. McCarthy's back or not. Well, we've been rambling. Not a whole lot happening on the field. Texas got a 5-yard run. It's a false start, and they'll push them back. So, said 5-yard run meant nothing. The offensive lineman Banks Jr. had a stutter step, and he knew it the second he did it. That was a loss of 5. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Feel free to like the video and subscribe if you're enjoying it. Ewers will throw to the side, and he'll get about 6. No, that's about 5. It'll be 3rd and 5. One for 6 on 3rd today are the Texas Longhorns. Washington hasn't been much better. If anything,
bring
they've been
pressure.
worse. Here comes pressure from the Huskies, and he'll have to sail it out of bounds. Was he out of the tackle box? I think Sanders was in relatively close to him, so I think that that's not intentional grounding. But they stacked the box, and they load him full of barbecue as Ewers took a hell of a licking at the end of that play. 4th and 5, Washington will get it back, which I just realized. Never put the ball on Texas. You have to think that a touchdown on this drive, and it might just be curtains, especially if they could take it to the 4th quarter.
Oh yeah.
The offense for Texas not looking so good as of late. They had that good drive down in the first half, and that's about it. So 5:39 to go. We'll be right back. First and 10 now for the Huskies. 5:39 on the clock. This could be a put-away drive for Washington as Penix as well sling it to the outside. First down, Washington. So, we had that conversation about whether Quinn Ewers is playing great. He's on the bench, and a little guy I know named Arch Manning is warming up. Huh. Makes you wonder.
Yes.
So maybe, just maybe, could a Manning make a stunning comeback in the playoffs? We'll see. Penix, 8 for 8, just under 100 yards and a touchdown so far this third quarter. And it's going to get even better. He is running hog wild. Down to the 8, 2nd and 2 coming up with under 5 to go in the third. The Huskies could start to taste the national championship berth. Barring a comeback. Any score, especially a touchdown, could potentially be the put-away. With tonight's performance, Penix, as he zips that one out, caught. It'll be 3rd and 1. ESPN just showed a graphic that shows that he is only the second quarterback to have 2 consecutive seasons with over 4,500 passing yards. The other one, Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, he's pretty good at football.
Yeah.
Jack Westover is back out there. He's got 4 touchdowns on the year, and he had a big play here in the semifinal just a few minutes ago. There's a handoff, and they will get it, no doubt, assuming he has forward progress. A lot of ripping and jarring and trying to pry the ball loose for Texas. They can't get in. Steve Sarkisian looking a little nervous. The clock is ticking. I would like to make it known that with that first touchdown in the second half that happened on the first drive, we had already eclipsed the total scoring amount from either team in the first semifinal that went to overtime. So yeah, there's been a lot more points. There's a lot more craziness here as Penix somehow a pocket presence. He expands the pocket. He goes way beyond the pocket. If he used the whole.
he escaped the pocket.
He
He
is
rolled
the
out.
pocket. He used the entire backfield to scramble around.
Guys, it's getting late, guys.
Yeah,
Weston's losing his little.
He masterminded a 9-yard play to the 50. 2nd and 1, and now they're gonna review it. So after all that, it might not even stand. Boy.
You should. I feel like.
Yeah, I don't see why. You know what else? ESPN's going to take this chance to go to a break, and yeah, there's no doubt about it. I don't even know why we're reviewing that.
Oh, never mind. It's bobbling.
Oh!
And it's incomplete.
Might be.
It's definitely incomplete.
Well, we'll be back. We'll take a break with them. Did they end up calling this complete? I think so.
Mm,
Or was that for? I don't remember. It's 11. Why are we watching football in the third quarter at this late? Like, this is just stupid. Wow. The ball carrier just got thrown into a tight end. Did you see that? Was that just me? A Texas player like grabbed him by the legs and swung him like it was a bat. What the hell? What is going on? I've just kind of lost it. This is all stupid. It's all stupid. Why are we here? What are we doing? Michael
Why are we
Penix
still here
Can-
just to suffer?
continues to be on the prowl, as I've said so many times tonight, and I can't think of anything original to say, and that one's bobbled and incomplete. I feel like I've said that a lot tonight, not by choice, but because...
But by necessity.
Yeah, because that's what's happened. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? 2nd and 10. 1:42 to go in the third. You know what? Let's update it. I'd look out for my viewers. We're updating the clock. 1:42. Third quarter. Winding down. As he's gonna keep it, Michael Penix follows his blocker and finds his way past the 25. See, this game hasn't been terrible. It's just not been that exciting, which the other game was. So, even though it didn't have a lot of scoring, it was still like a classic. So,
Yeah.
if we could just, let's have a pick six right here. Well, I know you don't want that, but
yeah, let's maybe not.
of course, if you're just joining us, I'm a Nebraska fan, and I'm here with an Oklahoma fan. So there's a run that doesn't really provide much success for Washington, as we're under a minute in the third quarter. And this Sugar Bowl might be coming down to wraps if Washington could score 6 plus 1. I was thinking about ending the stream if they score a touchdown, but if Arch Manning comes out, I need to watch at least one drive of that first. But
Yeah, of course.
off the catch, the Washington player is slow to get up. It's Bernard. He's a little bit shaken up, so I hope he's alright. That's gonna end the third quarter. Hold up your fours at the Sugar Bowl. If you're still awake, it's 11:40 on the East Coast, and ESPN, they're just cutting a commercial break while the clock was still rolling. They don't give a crap. It's 31-21 Washington. We'll be back in a minute. Here in the fourth quarter, got a few people in here. Nice to see everybody. They flipped the field. Maybe this flips the script. In the third quarter, it was a complete disaster for Texas. They're now down by 10 with their season on the line. And we've got a flag.
Huh. Okay, I did something.
Third down for Washington. After the stoppage, going for the home run ball. And he can't find him. McMillan, it would have been another touchdown for him. Fourth down, and Texas is going to hold him to 3. If Arch Manning does come in, you never know. It's only a 2-score game. All it takes is one stop, and they've made a few today. Grady Gross, he's made one from 26 yards out. We'll see if he can make this one. 41-yard attempt with 14:55 to go. This kick is up. It is good. And we have points in the fourth quarter. Well, what's the deal here for Texas? You think they could pull off a miracle?
No.
Well, at least you're honest. Oh, boy. Here's an interesting fact. Well, here, let's play a little game, because this, unless Texas wants to make this interesting, this is getting a little bit boring. When was the last time Washington won a game by more than 7 points?
Against more than 7 points.
You just have to guess what month.
Month? September.
That's correct. It was against Cal in September. They have not won a game by more than 7 since then. They're up by 13 in the college football playoff semifinals. Maybe if this game ends up not being that good, like maybe that means we'll have a really good championship. You never know. Oh, Texas has trouble at the snap, and now they're running wild, and he's going to be down at the 15, and now they're pushed and shove it, and it's turning into a whole disaster. It will be Quinn Ewers, so Aiden A. Mitchell, Quinn Ewers, usual suspects will be out there again. He took a shot, and I think, his head bounced off the ground. That is dangerous. I think that's why there was talk about potentially him not coming back out here. Team feels like he needs up. He's going to power through. He's passed everything that he needs to be cleared to play. Of course, Arch is on standby. We saw him warming up a little bit. Arch Manning. Ewers had Worthy in motion. Now I hand it off to Blue. Blue chugging his way for 5. A little bit more. Closer to a 6-yard pickup. Second and medium. The clock has rolled, though, for the Longhorns. Now under 14:30 left in the game, down by 13. 34-21. Here, I'll go ahead and give this ball to Texas. As Ewers fakes a handoff. He's going to wind it up, and he's got it to the 36. Texas on the move. They'll snap it with under 14, and there's the shot ESPN is showing that went viral. The media day for the Sugar Bowl just a few days ago. All the media surrounded Arch Manning, the backup to Quinn Ewers, of course, his name and all the hype around him. The fact of the matter is, Quinn Ewers was going to be the starter. And that now famous image of him looking back at his backup who's getting the attention. Look who gets the attention here. It's tiptoeing down the sideline. And now potentially a penalty at the end there as Sanders caught it, and then he had a brief interaction with a Washington player tiptoeing down the sideline. Ewers fakes a handoff, getting some protection, maybe a hold? No, it won't be. Blue on the catch, on the run, he's still going all the way to the 22, and that's why we're still watching this game. Texas is moving, and the ball is free. Who's got it? Just as I say that, it seems that they're saying that he was down. Let's see. I think Texas might have recovered. They was not down. That ball is loose. Absolutely. And then it was flying all over the place. Washington could have had it, but the defender didn't see it. Nobody jarred it loose. It just popped out on its own. It's like the turf monster, but it's the air monster because the air did it. So it was a scram for the football. It was flying everywhere, and I think Washington might have recovered. Xavier Worthy, maybe? I don't know. I don't have audio on.
I don't know.
Did they say on the broadcast?
They didn't say who recovered it.
Because I think that's a fumble. Who's got it is a question. That's all of Texas's momentum, and pretty much their entire chance if they still want to win a national championship. Well, here we rest. Now well over 7 hours into this live stream. And potentially this game will come down to this call. Well, comparing this to last year's, the two classics we got, how do you feel about these semis?
I mean, the first game was good. This game is on paper better than the stuff we've been getting, but
It's been better than most years, but last year was just a great year for the semifinals, and then we had the worst
final
championship ever.
yeah.
Even that 21-0 Alabama championship about a decade ago, back in 2011 or something. I think even that was better than whatever
Because
the
at least
hell
it
we
was
got.
still somewhat competitive throughout the game.
Yeah. I mean, I always felt like Alabama was going to, but LSU won in the regular season in that classic 9-6 overtime game in Tuscaloosa. But here we are. I mean, it's hard to compete with last year. So I think TCU won 51-45 over Michigan, and Georgia won against. Well, who was it? It was
Ohio State.
Ohio State. That's right, 42-41, because I missed that field goal. So what are
Yeah.
they saying?
It was recovered by the defense.
It's Washington's got it. Oh boy. So if his knee was down, see that ball. Yeah, I think that was picked up by Washington probably. Well, that might be the game, folks.
It might just be.
That was the best drive for Texas of this half, and they just pissed it away. Penix looking. Penix out of bounds. With 12:39 to go, I think, depending on the time that's left after this drive, it might be curtains. So, Blue, the ball carrier on the sideline, getting a harsh pep talk. He might have just cost his program their first championship since 05. Penix will fake. Penix looking deep. Penix winds it up. He's wide open. And that'll be pass interference, no doubt. Maybe that was for the best for Texas. He doesn't like the call, but there is no doubt about it. He tackled him.
If Penix had got that ball out earlier, that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah. It really would have. Honestly, that's not a bad pass interference because you're basically saving a touchdown by tackling him. Yeah, there's no doubt that's pass interference.
Yeah.
He doesn't look for the ball. There's a whole lot of contact before he's touched. He practically tackles him, so it was significant contact. Washington has 2 penalties for 9 yards. Texas has 9 penalties for 61 yards. Their turnovers have arguably been more costly because they haven't been able to rebound after them like Washington did for their fumble. And those penalties have hurt too. That might be the difference in this game. And now we're getting cute. But it might just work because it's Michael Penix. Nope, that's out of bounds. They're flicking it around, going reverses and flea flickers. And it fell out of bounds and complete. 2nd and 10. Washington up 34-21. Now, if Texas could get a stop on the next couple of plays, remember this is one of the better run defenses in the entire country. All they need is to get a stop here, and if they could put another quick drive like they just did, and then actually punch that one in, all of a sudden you've got a 1-score game and a ball game. Penix looking, and he's popped. No PI on that one, clearly. Taft makes the play. 34-21, 12-18 to go, 3rd and 10 for the number 2 team in the nation. If Washington were to win, we'd have an all-undefeated championship between 2 teams that'll be in the Big Ten next year. And the winner would be the only undefeated team left in college football at 15-0. The loser, 14-1 and heartbroken. They'll have a chance of revenge next year. Penix looking. Potentially the play of the season. And no chance. Texas going to get the ball back.
Arch Manning time.
Arch Manning time. I highly doubt it. If Ewers was good for that drive, and that drive didn't end because of his fault, I don't see any way that could happen. But hey, now that basically tackling him for pass interference, that looks pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, it's a touchdown and it's game over. And so it'll be their second punt to Texas's 5. He'll snap it with roughly 11:30 to go. Man, for Texas, that stings because if you just punch that into the end zone and that drive still happens roughly the same way it did, as he will dance and get past the 25. A decent return! And now we've got extracurricular activity. He was thrown out of bounds. He won't get a flag on the Texas sideline, no less. Definitely not happy about that. And we'll take a break. Can Texas rally the troops and make up for what they just lost on the last drive? Well, we're back, and it's not done yet. Is that the Pelican Stadium? Smoothie King Center, or whatever that's called? Next to
I
the
don't know.
Superdome? Where the New Orleans
I
Pelicans
don't know.
play?
I don't know.
I didn't realize
Probably.
Yeah, I didn't realize that's why they're right next to each other like that. Superdome. So, I mean, just think, if Texas, they're setting up for first out, if they would have just punched it in on that last drive and made a defensive stand like they just did, and it'd be a one-score game, and they'd have a chance to go down and tie it. Like, that stings if you're a Texas fan, and that's joyous if you're an Oklahoma fan like you, because, well, Texas is still out of it. So, hey, it's not over yet. If Texas can punch it in, we might get our exciting playoff game. Remember, Georgia came down from 2 scores late last year with about the same time on the clock. And they ended up winning the whole thing. So, not dead yet, Texas fans, but that's not going to help. Here's a false start. And that O-line has done them no favors today in terms of penalties. That's another one, and Steve Sarkisian clearly getting tired of it. What you gonna do? 10:42 now. Ewers looking, throws, it's caught. Danae Mitchell. Past the 40. Transfer from Georgia. He's made 2 straight playoffs now. I believe he was the one that caught that that touchdown that gave Georgia the lead last year, but maybe not. Maybe I'm completely misremembering.
I don't remember.
Didn't give Texas the ball. I guess I forgot to use the animation, but it's past midnight now here on the East Coast. Quinn Ewers looking to load it up, and he's going to hit the deck hard off the sack. Oh, boy. I want to thank everyone for hanging around. If you're enjoying the stream and our coverage, feel free to leave a like and subscribe. You don't have to, but I would appreciate it. Helps out the channel. 2nd and 13 for the Longhorns. About 9:30 left in the game. Ewers looking. Ewers in the flat. Ewers passes for about 9 yards, and the receiver is that's Baxter. He's had a decent game. He's also made some critical errors out of the backfield, like that fumble on that last drive. He has made some plays, but he might be injured, and he was limping at the end there. I don't know. Did you see anything that would suggest an injury?
I don't know. I didn't see anything, but
He seemed...
injuries can be weird like that.
Well, yeah. The worst of injuries are always, seems when... Well, not, except for the really, really bad ones. Seems like they always come when it doesn't look that bad. Isn't this sad? The football season's almost over. We've only got one more FBS game after this. FCS Championship between 1 South Dakota State and 2 Montana is on Sunday. Week from today, which we will not be streaming, is the championship. Baxter going to be assisted as he exits the field and returns from the Washington sideline where he was injured back to the Texas sideline. So that's a critical piece that is no longer in the game for the Longhorns. Can they still go down and score on this critical play? 9:26 to go, 3rd down and 5. They're 1 for 7 on 3rd down, but they've averaged 11.4 to go. This is a bit shorter. Potentially could end that streak here. Ewers looking under heat. He's heaving the deep ball, and it's caught! Huge play for Texas! We've got fireworks at Xavier Worthy of praise for that catch. And here we go, folks. Game isn't over until the clock strikes 4 goose eggs. We got 1 on the board now. That's not 4. Don't count out the horns. He's got 5 targets tonight. He's only caught 2 of them, but that one is his biggest catch yet for that'll put him at 45 yards. Ewers checks it down and underneath, and they're going to keep winding the clock, so Texas, they don't have to hurry per se, but can't go slowly either. It is 2nd and 4 at the UW 10, so back in the red zone. Ewers 4 for 4, 67 yards. And they'll put a man in motion. Ewers looking. Ewers! End zone incomplete. Looking for Worthy. That's a 6th target today. He was looking to catch it in for 6 for the first time, and he can't get it. So 3rd and 4, clock stopped with 8:14 to go. This has been a 3-minute and 5-second drive that's went for 62 yards. Ewers with blue on his right. Of course, Baxter out of the game earlier in this drive. It's a delayed pitch. Can he get around him? He gets around 1. He gets around 2. To the 3-yard line. It's 1st and goal, Horns.
Yeah.
Blue with the good play. And a handoff, and he'll get a few more down to the 1. As an Oklahoma fan, this make you a little nervous? Just maybe? Do you think they got a chance, or is this all for nothing?
I don't know. There's always a chance.
I just want the game to end, to be honest.
Oh, I kind of do too. It's 12:08 here on the East Coast, and that's it's a little late for my liking, but you know, if Texas is going to win, let's see them win. Here's a fade route. Hey, today Mitchell's got it! Just like last year with Georgia, he does it with Texas. They're back! Little bit of a callback with my call there to the last time they found themselves in the Sugar Bowl. What a grab by Aiden A. Mitchell. Leaping up, riding the elevator up a few stories and coming back down to floor level with 6 points. The extra point to make it a 6-point game. This kick is up. This kick is good. It is 34 Washington, 28 Texas. Don't count them out until the fat lady sings there's still time left in this game in Texas. It might be late. Don't go to bed yet. We've got a ball game in Austin. We're going to take a quick break for about a minute. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Alright, so we are back. I just saw on one sports book, I think it might have been from the Action Network, they already have their title game odds ready between Washington and Texas. So this is, interesting. It seems like it's still Washington's game to lose, but Texas now with the momentum, they just got to stop. It's a 6-point game late. You never know. 7:23 to go. Here, I'll go ahead and give the ball back to what? Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's not erase our graphics. So they'll get the ball off the kickoff, 34-28. It is safe to say we have gone a whole lot more points from this game than we did from our semifinal earlier. Quick recap for those of you who missed it earlier. Wisconsin hung around with top 15 LSU in the ReliaQuest Bowl, then get outclassed 35-31. Liberty struck first, missed an extra point. Oregon didn't look back. They'd win 45-6. So that game was interesting for about 5 minutes, and then Liberty about checked out. Iowa got blanked again in the final game under their terrible offensive coordinator. They lose 35-0 against Tennessee. And of course, Michigan wins an instant classic in overtime to secure their first playoff championship berth over Alabama. I need to grab my charger for my laptop while I'm watching the game, so you're going to have to cover this kickoff.
All right. I bet they're gonna go right back to commercial after this kickoff or something. God, I would not be happy with them if they did that. Kicks off. It will not be returned.
Well, boy, that sure looked like a riveting play.
Yep.
I'm noticing there's a lot less excitement right now on that Washington sideline. It feels like Texas really has snatched this momentum. And, I know you're kind of dead inside right now because, if you didn't know, I'm a Nebraska fan. I don't like Texas, but, they haven't won the championship since 2005, which has been a while, and they haven't been good in a while. So I think it'd just be interesting to see them in the championship, but, of course, you're an Oklahoma fan. You don't want any of that. Penix looking under. He barely gets it out of the screen, and it goes nowhere.
Oh, God.
It's a loss of 1. 7:15 to go, and do we have another classic brewing at the Sugar Bowl? This game is not over. Not in the slightest. Now we got a flag, and now this could turn the tide a little bit.
Come on, be on Texas. It was not on Texas.
Apparently, Steve Sarkisian is mad. Do you know what they're talking about? Again, I don't have sound on.
They said no foul on the play for a legal block in the back.
Oh, so it'd be on Washington. Yeah, it was after the play, so you could say I don't know. We've had a small uptick in viewers. I can see why, as this is becoming a game, but there's a big play for 9 yards. 3rd down. Now this might just be the play of their season for Texas. Washington has struggled on thirds of all ranges. Texas explicitly on long 3rd downs. Can they get the stop here? And knowing how risky Kalen DeBoer can be, do you think they maybe go for it on 4th down in this situation?
I don't know. I just hope they don't get there.
Well, there you go. We seem to have a nervous fan with us. 6:20 to go. Penix puts it back in motion. He'll
Got it.
Zing it. 1st down. And that'll move the chains. Oops. Not 6 minutes and 100 seconds. 6 minutes and 10 seconds left. Roughly, it's now under 6. I'm not going to change it for every second. That's Jack Westover again. He has 8 targets. He's caught 6 of those for 59 yards. Not an incredible stat line, but he has made plays when his team's called on him, just like on that 3rd down. Washington. They fake it. It's another screen. This time it works! And now he fumbles the ball. Oh, wait, no. For some reason, I thought I saw a fumble. Don't know why. I completely jumped the gun there, and that's my bad. Did I scare you?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. They barely scraped that one off the turf. And I mean that metaphorically, because it did not hit the turf. I don't know what I saw. I swear I saw a fumble. Maybe I'm blind. I have no idea.
He kind of like spiked the ball.
Yeah,
after
I thought it was a fumble. Texas fans get loud. They own a majority of the seats coming into this game purely because their fans bottom up as there's a good run and now they're inside the 45. A Washington field goal would likely clinch a championship berth. Do you think Steve Sarkisian should have went for 2 on that last drive to make it a 5-point game and still a 1-score game if they got a field goal?
No.
See,
That's just not. You can't be meta branding like that.
but
You gotta trust the defense to make a stop, and then you can take a 1-point lead if you score.
But if it were 34-27, I don't know. There's a deep shot. Here it is. And he drops it in a bucket. Rockin' the baby is Roma Dunze. He could smell a championship berth. Right over the top of the defender. And another excellent, perfect, right on the money throw by Michael
Almost
Penix.
caught it off of his face mask.
That's an
First and
unbelievable
goal
stat
from
line.
the 10.
In a national semifinal against a team like Texas. 29 for 37, 430 yards and 2 touchdowns. Very impressive by Michael Penix. He's got a first and goal. He's got a pitch. And they'll get 2, maybe 3 yards. And this clock is rolling. It is now under 3:30. Maybe Washington smelling that championship appearance. A 1-2, 14-0 clash between 2 future Big Ten teams. One current, one future for next year. Michigan and Washington are scheduled to play next year. And the Washington faithful, hoping their team can punch it in and secure one of the bigger wins in school history. Penix, a pitch to his left side, and he's brought down.
Looked like almost the exact same play.
It did not work. Texas got him, and that'll move them back, I believe, to the 10. They take their first time out to save the clock with 2:50 to go. So this Sugar Bowl, maybe not as crazy as that last Rose Bowl. However, you never know. Maybe a fumble, maybe a takeaway of some sort, like an interception. And Texas could be right back in this. All it takes is one crazy play at a drive, and the Longhorns could be in your national championship. 3rd and goal. Washington fans hanging those horns down. They get excited. The Texas faithful who made the trip to New Orleans, to the Superdome, the Caesar Superdome in Louisiana from Austin, are on their feet. 3rd and goal from the 10. 2:50 to go. Penix with nobody in the backfield with them. They bring heat. They don't get to him. Instead, it's a low throw. Could have been disaster for Washington. They get away with an incompletion. At the very least, for Texas, they're going to get a chance to block a field goal. College kickers, you never know. And that will stop the clock. If he can get this, it'll make it a 9-point game. Grady Gross, he's made 2 today. Could he make his 3rd? He hasn't missed a kick all game. He was recently put on scholarship after his performance against Wazoo. And the kick is good. Washington leads by 9. 2 scores.
And you gotta think Texas is gonna need an onside kick. Remember you were saying this felt like a game that would onside
I
kick.
did say that
Maybe-
earlier.
Maybe not the context you were thinking of.
No, I was thinking a surprise onside.
But it might happen anyways.
So my thinking is Steve Sarkisian, if I were in his position, I mean, he's got a lot going on, right? Like a football coach, you're not just focused on what your play call is. You're also focused on how your players doing, what's going to happen on future possession. Like there's a lot going on. What's the injury report like? Of course, we saw one of their players go down earlier. So obviously, you might not be thinking ahead that much, but you should have went for 2 there on that last drive, in my opinion. Because think about it. If they don't get that, they have 27 points right now. The difference between a 9 and a 10-point game is not a lot. A touchdown was going to end it regardless, right? And
Yeah.
for Washington, if they're at 30 or if they're at 37, you get it. You make it 29. That's still an 8-point game. It's still 1 score. Also, if you're able to hold them and it's still 34 to 27, even if you don't get that extra point, still a touchdown, extra point, and you're playing for overtime. So I really think if you think that through, a 2-point conversion would have been the best choice there. But that's just me. They don't pay me to coach these games. They pay Steve Sarkisian. That's a decision he made.
I think on the other hand, you have to trust your defense and then be in a position to take the lead if you score again.
And that's a good point. So we'll see what happens. Texas with the ball now. We'll see what they can do with it. Well, assuming there's now a surprise onside kick. Because that's never happened on one of our streams, right?
Yeah. Yep. And they've gone great every time they've been done.
Right.
Hey, we have 5 viewers.
We do. Welcome, everyone. That's not our best today, but it's pretty good. It's because this game is getting interesting and down to the wire. Our best today was for the first game when it got down to the wire, but I think just a lot of people, they fell asleep. So welcome, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you are enjoying, feel free to leave a like and subscribe if you'd like. You don't have to. But I would appreciate it. If you're enjoying it, that's a pooch
Dude,
kick.
I thought for a second they had actually done the surprise outside kick.
And this might actually work in Washington's favor. He only got to the 24. It was actually less than a touchback, and yeah, it took clock off.
Yeah, they had been getting a little bit gashed on those normal returns, so I noticed they started pooching them in the second half, and they've been working out a lot better for them.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they pooched any as extensively as that one. That one was a low kick.
Yeah.
Penix has bid on the money, and I'm starting to wonder. Let's assume for a minute. It's never good to assume in college football, but let's assume that Washington's going to play in the national championship against Michigan. Do you think Michigan can stop Michael Penix?
I don't know. That'll be the question. I think if they can get the pass rush they were getting today, I think they got a good chance.
I do too, but that Texas has arguably a pass rush comparable to Michigan's, and this Washington Elite has earned their money tonight. So I agree with you, but until we see him on the field, I don't know. Texas got a quick pass for a short first down, and Ewer's going to hop on his horse. DIY kit. It's going to get him to midfield. At the same yard mark where the logo is. The Longhorns are on the move. If you're
2:04 left from their own 49.
If you're Texas, do you get a few plays and try a field goal to see if you can recover an onside kick, or maybe have more time on the clock for a stop? Or do you go for the whole thing?
I think you need the touchdown.
Well, but if if you get the ball back, because you need a field goal and a touchdown anyways.
Yeah.
There's a deep pass and it's caught. And here they go. Here come the Longhorns. That would, in theory, get you on the outskirts of field goal range. I think they're going to hurry it up and clock it. Texas with 2 timeouts.
Looks like they're just gonna run a play here.
They will. No clocking it. Just over 90 seconds of the semifinal. Ewers looking. Ewers avoids a sack. Ewers with a lot of time. And I fear that's going to be a holding on Texas. Given the situation, I'm going to add, real quick, a little text box. Texas timeouts left. Here, let's see. Just that way anyone joining the stream can see. So, I'm kind of making a makeshift addition to the score bug, but just because that's now coming into play down the stretch, so we're going to add that right down here. Right on the gold bar that signifies who has the ball. So, I didn't see, what they call here, tripping?
I was not paying attention.
I honestly wasn't either. I was worried about this, and I thought I was holding for sure, because the O-line, I thought he hit him. I guess we don't know. We'll see in a minute. ESPN hasn't updated their ticker yet, so that's cool. I guess I'll update the time. There's 1:24 left. So they are down. Okay, that must have been against Washington because they're now at the 13. So sorry about that, folks. If you don't have the game next to you, we completely whiffed that. Ewers looking. Ewers championship berth on the line, and he completes it out of bounds. Stops the clock with 1:19 to go.
Bring up 2nd and 4 from the 7-yard line.
So you obviously want Washington to win because you're a Oklahoma fan. Are you nervous yet, or do you feel like they got it given the logistics?
No, I'll be nervous when they do the onside kick.
Yeah. That could be that could determine who's the champion for this year. So we'll see if they get there. They need a score first. Ewers on 2nd and 4 lofts it up and incomplete. He overthrew Aiden A. Mitchell. One of the best wide receivers on a playoff in recent memory. The reason why they brought him in from Georgia as a transfer is for no reason other than the fact that he wins playoff games. He was clutch for Georgia last year, and he's hoping to be clutch here. Quinn Ewers has flipped his night around in the 4th quarter, but a fumble a few drives ago by his running back Blue might be the difference. 3rd and 4. At the 7, to the end zone, it's batted down. And now with 70 seconds left, do you take the field goal?
I think it looks like they're taking the field goal. Quinn Ewers trotting off the field.
I think that's best. Burt Auburn will head out there. I mean, you're going to need the points anyways. With only 2 timeouts, realistically, you're not getting the ball back with much time. And you've got a better chance of hitting a Hail Mary than a extremely, extremely long field goal. Auburn's good, but I don't think he's good enough to hit a 60-yarder. But he's got to make this one first. It is true. Texas has pulled within a score late. Now's when things get interesting. So there's 109. That only took a second off the clock. Again, at the bottom you can see timeouts left. And this has been a late addition to our scoreboard given where we're at in this ball game. I'll make it a bit bigger for everyone. I kind of want to move it down a little bit so it's even. So hang on tight. The pinnacle of this game is coming here. Pettix, who crawled and hit his face so he didn't have to watch the Grady Gross kick against Washington State, is doing it again for this critical onside kick that will determine the course of how this season is reflected on. Can Texas pull off a miracle? They were about to kick the onside kick with 69 seconds left. 2 timeouts. Washington has 3 for what it's worth, if for whatever reason that would become critical. What would you say the percent chance is that this actually works?
100 because it's Texas.
I don't
And
know.
the football gods like to spite me.
Washington calls a timeout after seeing 3 potential kickers lined up for the Longhorns.
Yeah, one of them does not look like a kicker,
He
though.
did not, but
One of them is like a running back.
well, and maybe it's to bull rush the ball.
Maybe.
See, I'm curious, because I don't know this. How many coaches, maybe someone can let me know in the chat, how many coaches legitimately, like, plan for an onside kick and actually, like, train their players for it?
Oh, I'm sure you do it like a couple reps every week at the end of practice.
But, like, is it something where, like, you have a specific play or you just practice it a few times? Because, like, on my football teams, like, in high school, like, we end the week with practicing them a few times, but it's never a legit play. For Texas here, do they have something dialed up and ready?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Well, we'll see. I believe
He's gonna
Auburn's...
go. Looks like he's gonna go with the helicopter, the modern.
onside kick approach. Here we go! It's loose!
And Washington's got it.
The Huskies have it now. With 2 timeouts and 1:09 left.
They need 1 first down to guarantee it, but they can take it down to almost no time.
So let's do the math. Let's say it'd probably take 9 seconds, roughly, for all this to take place. They got 2 timeouts, so they'll end up getting to drain 40 seconds regardless, barring disaster.
There should be 20 or less seconds left.
Probably after the punt, about 10 to 15, if Texas were to get a stop. If Texas is lucky, they're going to get about 15 seconds, and that's might just be generous.
Well, if they're lucky, they'll force a fumble on this play and have a minute.
Let's see. And he'll get 2 yards, 2nd and 8 coming up. With 1:06 left, timeout Texas. Wow, I was quicker on the draw to update all this than the ESPN guy was. Do you think there's any chance Washington throws it here? Because remember, Texas has the number or a top 10 rush defense.
No, there's 0 chance they throw the ball. Even if you can't get the first down, they're gonna have like 10 seconds left, and you can punt it back in, or you maybe could even attempt a field goal to put it away.
I mean, that's a long field. I feel like
if you get really close, but yeah, you're just gonna punt it.
I mean, you would have to literally be on the line of the first down. At that point, why not just punt it or go for it? Like, I don't see any realm of possibility where they actually get or go for a field goal. Here's a run, and the ball did not jar loose. And now hand fighting. 1:02 left. Timeout Texas again. They are out. So I'll go ahead and write no timeout. So anyone who joins our stream and everyone watching, it's very clear. Texas cannot stop the clock.
Nobody's clock management is as bad as Mike McCarthy's.
Huh?
Says the chat.
This is probably true. That's the Dallas Cowboys. So
Yeah.
and arguably this could have been better managed by... I still think they should have waited for 2. I mean, if Blue doesn't fumble the ball, this game could be tied, and we could be, aiming for an incredible finish. So, I don't know. There's 1:02 left. So we'll go ahead and update that. Suspect decisions. Not incredibly suspect, but in hindsight, they might not look great for Steve Sarkisian. And for Dallas fans, you know, Mike McCarthy, Steve Sarkisian, maybe not the best combo if you like all Texas sports. They'll stop them immediately. So there's 1 minute. When they run this play, they'll probably call a timeout with one on the play
Yeah, there will
clock.
be about 15 seconds left at the beginning of this punt play. Oh, but
Yes.
there's a Washington injury.
There's a Washington injury, which is going to stop the clock. And because it's an offensive injury and they have the lead, is there a 10-second runoff? I don't think so. I think this
Might be.
this stops the clock at 47 seconds and might be a saving grace for Texas.
Oh, it's Texan has the choice, and they've obviously declined it.
Oh, so an injury all of a sudden gives Texas life. And it wasn't intentional of any sorts. Washington fans are obviously concerned for their player. We are too. You hate to see anyone injured. Oh man, this is crazy. Well, we'll update the clock to 47 seconds. I don't know if we'll add any time. It's 12:37 in the morning on the East Coast of North America, and Washington players are distraught. One of their teammates is down, and he is in some pain. This isn't just a small injury. Was it the running back? I couldn't tell.
I think it is the running back. He's been playing through injury all night. And it's suddenly given Texas life here.
It also means that assuming this score holds and Texas doesn't pull it out, that the Washington Huskies might be without a top running back going against Michigan. I just realized I never updated it to Washington ball. I have been terrible about that all night. But whoops, didn't mean to do that. That is gut-wrenching if you're a Husky fan. So it seems they will leave it at 47 seconds. Washington's going to have a punt, and that might just have huge ramifications on their season. One of their better players is injured in serious pain. You hope he's okay.
And they're giving him 3 more seconds.
And they're putting 3 seconds back on the clock. There is 50 seconds, and in stunning fashion, Texas has life. Washington will boot it away from
Texas
midfield.
will come after it.
This is unbelievable.
And there's a flag. It's a false start.
on
Maybe
Washington.
intentional. Maybe intentional to give the punter more space.
Wow. I'm shocked. Well, I'll go ahead. I'm going to give Texas the ball back and just leave it there because, if Washington gets it back somehow, well, the game's over at this point. So we'll just leave it like that.
And he'll get it off.
He gets it off cleanly, and that might have made contact, and there's the flag! Whoa! And all of a sudden, Washington will have it at the 30-yard line with 45 seconds, only 70 yards out from the end zone. It would have been 15, and they would have had to go possibly 90 yards, and now, unbelievable. This is insane. I have no words right now. If Washington ends up choking this because of an injury and there is clear contact there, Kalen DeBoer is furious. And now Texas has it at the 31. Now, of course, Brevical here with me as an Oklahoma fan. No, you're not a fan of this.
Oh my god.
Washington has life.
This would be the most bullshit Texas way to win a game ever.
Here we go. Quinn Ewers looking. Quinn Ewers said he didn't have his receiver ready, so that's going to waste 4 seconds. I'm going to try and update this clock as fast as possible so everyone can see. 41 seconds, no timeouts, 70 yards, down by 6. A touchdown, an extra point, and the miracle season for Texas will ride into Houston. In their backyard, the Longhorns could potentially have a chance to win a national championship if Quinn Ewers finds this clutch factor in him. Ewers over the middle, and he had him. He might have had him, but it was overthrown. And now 38 seconds, 3rd and 10.
I feel sick.
Yeah, this is great. Hey, we got a great first playoff game, and this is an insane way to end this one. Steve Sarkisian, one of the most advanced offensive play callers in the country. Michael Penix can't look. All he can do is watch as he hopes his defense, who has struggled mightily this year, can pull it off. Ewers, looking. Ewers, deep shot. He's got him! It's caught!
I feel so sick.
Xavier Worthy with 30 seconds!
That's not Xavier Worthy.
Or it's
How would you think that looks like Xavier Worthy?
I
He
thought...
has long hair.
I don't know. I'm freaking out. It's 12. It's almost 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. Washington calls timeout. No, they're just planting the ball. They're at the 28. What is going on? Clock is running. Quinn Ewers. He's gonna hit it to the end zone. Knocked down. 20 seconds.
Oh my god. Please just let it end. Just let it end, please.
If there was no injury, the game would be over, for those wondering.
And now there's a defensive
There's
injury.
a defensive injury too, which the clock was already stopped for the incompletion, but
either way.
Obviously, you don't want to see that for Washington. They only have to go 23 yards. This isn't a Hail Mary. You get a couple plays out of bounds, and they could literally have like a 2-point play to go to the national championship. I want to thank everyone for sticking with us. If you've enjoyed the stream, feel free to help us out with a like.
Not now.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I'm loving
God,
this.
Washington takes a timeout.
I'm a Nebraska fan. I don't
God.
care who loses here.
God, I swear to God, if they win, this is the most BS way ever, dude.
If Washington were to lose in this fashion, that would be crazy. Since 2010, which was the season after Texas last made the title game, ESPN has just said Texas is 1-42 when trailing by more than 13 in a game. They were down by 13
in the fourth
quarter. They're down by 13, or they were down by 13 just about 30 minutes ago. I mean, look at that throw. Quinn Ewers, he caught it at the 29. They marked him at the 28. 2nd and 10 with 20 seconds. Everything on the line for both teams.
20 seconds.
Ewers looking. Ewers!
Out of bounds.
He's got him. Is he out?
Out of bounds.
They say caught.
No chance.
He caught it at the 17
No chance.
with 15 seconds. And it's at the 13.
What?
That butt
No,
is in.
He's bobbling. No, he's bobbling. He's bobbling. No chance.
That
no
that
chance.
is in.
No chance.
That's a catch. I'm
No,
sorry.
he's bobbling. He's bobbling. No chance.
That's a catch. I'm sorry. That's a catch.
Chance.
I'm sorry. I know you're going through a lot.
No
That's a
chance.
catch.
That's a bobble.
That is not
That's
a bobble. That is a catch. At the 12-yard line, they're going to review it, but I'm pretty sure that's a catch. Texas has 12 yards, no timeouts, 15 seconds, down by 6. Touchdown, extra point. They play Michigan and Houston. I stayed up this late for this, and I couldn't be happier. Oh my god. I stayed up till 3 in the morning last night making these graphics. And because I wanted to get up to watch plenty of football, and this morning with all the other bowl games, those finals we could see on the right hand side. I think he caught it because look, He finds a way to get control with that foot still being dragged. At first, I thought it was incomplete. The ref said caught. I don't think there's enough to overturn that. And I don't have sound on because of my weirdo setup here to make all this work. So you're gonna have to let me know what he says in real time, because I know you can actually.
The rules specialist said it's gonna stand.
Well, he doesn't get to say it. Texas feels good about it. They're getting ready. Of course, he went out of bounds, so the clock won't stop. I want to thank everyone that's in the chat right now. This is unbelievable. If Washington loses because of an injury when they had the game won, I don't know if I'll have words. I don't have words right now.
Stands.
It stands. 15 seconds, 12 yards.
Please.
It's
please,
all on the line at the
please,
Sugar Bowl
Washington,
in Louisiana.
Do something. Do so cute. Please, viewers, just suck. Please. Washington's gonna take their last time
Washington had to call a timeout there. They had a mismatch on the near side where it would have been 2-on-2 with only a safety, and the way Quinn Ewers has thrown his footballs as of late, he has been able to lob it over the defense. This would be the most stunning way I have ever seen a team come back, because the opposing team got injured. Not because of some nefarious play where they intentionally injured him, mind you. From my vantage point, that was just the unfortunate factors of football. Like, we're not talking about, like, well, maybe they get a Hail Mary. We're talking about how they're at the 12-yard line with 15 seconds. Now, they have no timeouts. A play over the middle might be out of the question, but... oh my god. I'm literally at the edge of my seat. I'm shaking. I don't have a dog in this race. I know you do. But...
I swear to fucking God.
and... so, Washington still seems confused on defense. They're going to throw screen. That's not a good play there. That's going to waste 5 seconds and move them back 2 yards. I mean, it could have been a pick six or something, but that's still not good. I think Texas tried to get a few yards to maybe set them up so they could do a 2-point play on the last play of the game. Either way, we have had 2 incredible semifinals.
Please, Washington.
So, at the 13 now,
Please,
second and 11, with 10
Washington.
seconds left.
Please.
Ewers.
Please.
Looking. Ewers.
No.
End zone! Overthrown. With 5 seconds. No timeouts.
One more, come on.
They have one play.
Come
Aiden
on.
Mitchell is saying that there might have been pass interference. And this might just be a one-play situation. Texas has one play to go to the national championship game.
Please.
Neither team has a timeout. Barring a defensive penalty, this is likely it, unless there's a quick play.
Do you bring pressure here if you're Washington?
It worked for
They're showing
Michigan
it.
earlier, but Michigan also knew they were gonna...
They will. They'll bring 5. They got a free rusher. Great Ewers. There's
it's
1
out
second
of
left.
bounds! There's 1 second!
There's 1 second
There's
left.
1 second. There's 1 second left. No, they say it's over. It has been ruled over. And for the time...
they're looking at it.
They're
No,
looking at it. For the time being, Washington is going to the national championship. We'll see if this stands.
They're putting 1 second back.
How about this? In a game before the national championship game, Texas is begging for 1 more second. Just like in 2009 in the Big 12 championship game against my Nebraska Cornhuskers. Let's take a look. ESPN, what you got for us?
They've ruled it 1 second, and I think that is the right call.
I think there are 2 for what it's worth.
But I don't think it'll matter either way.
There's 1 second. Washington has no longer won the game.
Please, Washington.
4th and 11,
Please,
barring a
Washington.
defensive penalty. This is it
Please.
for a game I'll never forget.
Get him.
Texas
Get him.
to the end zone!
Yes.
It's knocked down, no flags! Washington wins!
Yes.
For real this time! And it is
Thank you,
unbelievable,
25. I don't know who you are, but thank you,
unfathomable
25.
fashion.
Thank you, number
Texas
25.
loses. I have no idea what just happened.
Oh my god.
The national championship will be an all Big Ten matchup come next year. And the Texas players are stunned. And it was open. It was to Aiden A. Mitchell, who had made plays in the past. It was just thrown out of bounds. It was actually in bounds. It was in play.
He put a little too much air under it. I think if he's tried to zip it in there, he might have had a chance.
I think.
But a great play from 25.
This probably is a touch. This could have been a touchdown, knowing how good Aiden A. Mitchell is. If number 25 for Washington doesn't swat it out of bounds.
Oh yeah, 100%. He was making that play. Oh my god, you're so clutch, 25. I love you.
And just
I probably
like
should
that,
know your name.
simply
Oh my
good.
God.
I know you really didn't want Michigan to win, and they pulled off a miracle. But this time, Brovical gets his way as an Oklahoma fan. Washington wins, and it's an all
God,
Big
dude.
Ten thriller. Folks, it's been a fun one. Oh boy, I am glad when Washington went up by 13, I said during one of our breaks to Brovical, I said, maybe we should just end it here. But boy, am I glad we lasted that one out, because that was a thriller. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Average Texas game, am I right?
You are right. So Texas, their season will end at 12-2. It was still a great year for the Longhorns. They'll go and they win the Big 12 in their final year there. They'll go to the SEC with a chance to make the playoff again. Still no update on that Washington running back. He has been carted off the field.
But he looks happy.
He looks happy, but his ability to play in the championship is yet to be
Very
determined.
questionable, yeah.
If you enjoyed this, feel free to subscribe and leave a like. I'd really appreciate it. And boy, Texas goes into the SEC 12-2. Washington, Michigan still got something to play for. Two classics that we witnessed together. And it came down to two defensive stands, because defense wins championships. Alabama, on the other hand, they go 12-2. Nick Saban, a lot of people are saying that might have just been his last game coaching. I don't believe it yet, but you never know. And boy, is this something. What a college football season, and what a way it's going to come down to number 1 and number 2, two undefeated 13 or 14-0 now squads playing for a national championship.
Wow. That's like 4 playoff thrillers in a row.
Well, in the semifinals, yeah. We had that instant classic last year between TCU and Michigan. Missed field goal in the Ohio State-Georgia game.
The even more instant classic
Yeah.
Ohio State-Georgia game.
The
The problem is, I feel like more people watch the Michigan TCU game just because it's the earlier slot.
I don't know about last year because it was New Year's Eve. Everyone was staying
Yeah.
up for that. This year, like, a lot of people aren't staying up till 1, and they just missed one hell of a
Yeah.
football game. But
Yeah.
it's been 8 hours and 4 minutes on the air. I think, Brovical and I think we're ready to log off for this one. So,
Yeah.
what a season. What a ball game. Texas is just going to fall short of their first playoff appearance. Hats off to the Horns and the Tide. It's all Huskies, Purple Rain in New Orleans. Final scores. In overtime, Michigan wins 27-20. Here in the Bayou, Washington
Orleans.
wins 37-31. And that's all she wrote. That's all from us. We'll see you next time. Thank you all.
See you next year.
See you next
Probably.
year. Probably, yeah, because we will not be doing a national championship watch along. I mean, you can't ask for much more. We were on here for 8 hours and 5 minutes, so if someone really wants to see it, I'm sorry, but if you missed a moment, it was quite the watch along stream. You can go back and see some of that. So
Filled with many moments of Weston being muted.
that it was, and many moments towards the end of you probably being about to pass out. So
Yeah.
all right, go Huskies, go Blue. No, I gotta ask real quick, who do you have in the championship?
Well, I can't tell you that.
Oh yeah, so we split the picks today, which means that in our Capital One Bowl Mania thing, I'm still one game ahead of you. But if you get the championship right and then win the tiebreaker,
Come on, you gotta make it fun. You gotta tell me who you're picking. I'll give you first pick, and then I'll just pick whoever you don't want. You gotta make it fun.
whew. All right,
Gotta
who do
make
I-
it fun.
So like I have to pick
You,
right
you
now.
don't have to, you don't have to make it right now.
No, I'll make
Before
it
the
right
game.
now on the air. How about that?
All right. Okay.
I
What
mean,
do you?
Washington's really good, and their pass defense was legit. Or their rush defense was legit, and they won on the line of scrimmages. But so did Michigan. Texas was arguably a better team than Alabama, though. I mean, they beat them head to head. So this is tough. I had been thinking Michigan all season long. I still thought Michigan, but after what we just watched, that game from Washington, I kind of want to go with them.
Hey, I'm not forcing you to make the decision tonight.
I mean, who would you honestly go for?
Me, dude, I don't know right now. I think I'd give the edge slightly to Michigan.
All right. Well, are you just using mind games? So I picked Michigan.
No, I'm just saying, because you could just be using mind games to just win and just pick the one opposite one.
No, I will actually abide by it, and I mean, I think I gotta go with my gut. It feels like it's been Michigan's year. I'm gonna go with the
Alright,
Wolverines. So you're taking
Alright,
Washington.
I'll pick the Huskies.
I mean,
then.
I gotta let you take Washington. They just knocked out Texas for you. Like,
Exactly,
it's
that's
only
true.
right.
That's true.
And so, and then of course, if it's tied, then
Then
come
it
down
goes
to the
to
score
our
prediction,
point
which
tiebreaker.
I will not be telling you. So, once
Yeah,
again,
I
we've
won't
been
be telling you
rambling
that
for long
either.
enough. Washington 37, Texas 31 in a classic. Washington wins that one. And then, of course, Michigan wins the Rose Bowl by a score of 27-20 in overtime. 2 classics. That's all from me. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. And as always, go Big Red.